Good morning,
Hello.
and welcome to Let's Talk Movies with Moira and Shannon.
It's us.
It's us. I'm Shannon Penrod.
And I'm Moira Giammatteo.
And I'm thrilled to be here with you, my friend.
Me too.
We're going to talk about movies.
We are.
And
yes.
some of the bigger blockbusters that are out. And then we were just saying that we're a little doc heavy this week.
Yes.
Month.
We seem to have gone on a streak.
Yes. So I have a question for you. Do you say documentary or do you say documentary?
I say documentary, but I say documentarian if it's the person that's doing it. But I don't know. It's like biopic and biopic.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know what the right thing is.
I didn't really ever think about it until the other day when my beloved husband said to me, "You say it funny." And I said, "I do?" Because I'm always saying, well, I saw this documentary. Mm-hmm. And he says, I don't think that's how you say that. But I'm going to keep saying it however I say it, because otherwise I'll have to think about it too hard. And I don't want to have to think about anything.
Yes.
But exciting movies that we're going to do. I want everybody to know that you can be writing in right now. We are live right now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and about a dozen other sites. So feel free to write in. We are pre-recording this, so I will be watching and commenting I think you're busy, but if you can. And we always love to hear from you either way, because we love to know what we've reinstituted our rewind,
yes.
which I'm really excited about. So if there's a movie that you want us to look at, it doesn't have to be a current one. You can write to us, ask us to do that, and we're happy to do that. We always like to start with an update. If you have anything that you want to tell us from TACA.
Well, we are gearing up for our in-person conference that's coming in October, the weekend of the 20th, I think. And we have a wonderful speaker. Shannon Penrod's going to be there.
I'm speaking on Friday morning, the 20th. I'm excited.
And it's going to be a great weekend. We also are making available, like anybody that's registered to go in person will also be able to view the recorded sessions after the fact.
Which is great.
November 13th through the end of the year, you'll have access to that. And if you cannot make it in person, there is a separate ticket for just recorded access, and that's $75. And you will get recorded sessions, same time frame, November 13th through the end of the year. Watch all of them again and again, take notes, and that is and there are scholarships available if that is out of your reach. For California Regional Center clients, we are vendored with the Regional Center, so that is something you could apply for with the Regional Center with your caseworker, and come one, come all. It's a good weekend to learn,
Well, and we've kind of buried the headline because, yes, I am speaking on Friday morning, but Dr. Temple Grandin is the keynote speaker.
Yes.
She will be there. There's even a meet and greet where you can stand in line to actually meet her.
Yes, and
she is
an
amazing.
Absolute doll about signing books. She will sign, I'm sure she will bring, last time she was a speaker for us, she brought books you could purchase. I bought several as gifts for people, and she signed multiple copies. She's a doll.
You can't beat it.
Absolute doll.
And she's lovely. And if you haven't had an opportunity to meet her in your life, you should really put that on your bucket list. And that's a great opportunity because there is a meet and greet on the schedule.
Yes.
So, that's a thing. So, and not only that, you guys have the best resource fair. Listen, is it 3 or 4 tracks that you guys have at the same time? I think it's 3.
It's 3. I don't remember if we, and they're going to kill me back at the office. I don't remember. But we do try to tailor them to, we do have an adult issues and concerns and learning sessions. But we also have some take action sessions in this conference, which I think will be super helpful to help you get your mind around all of this. And there'll be volunteers there and people whose brains you can pick. Yeah. And it's very good. You walk away with a game plan, and that's what we always want to see.
You also walk away with your batteries recharged because you get to be with other people who are like-minded and different-minded, who will help you to learn something that you walk away with that maybe you didn't know before, but you feel like, oh, I have a community, I have a base. So it's really wonderful. The point I was trying to make is because there's these different tracks. So most things like Temple Grandin, everybody goes to see that. It's open to everybody. But then at other times, like when I'm I'm speaking, there's 2 other speakers at the exact same time. So you can kind of look and go, okay, what do I need today? And then you go to that one today. But what's great is then you get the recording so you can go and watch the other 2. Every other conference I've been to, it's like when there are multiple tracks, you feel like
you lose out.
Yes, you feel like Sophie's Choice. What am I missing? And you don't want to do that. And the other thing for me, because I have the attention span of lettuce, is that often I will go in, and I usually I come and I interview people at the resource fair, and I get really into all of that, and then I find I've missed half of the talk for the one that just started.
Right.
So what's great is that you can look at all of it afterwards, and it's really about helping you with wherever you are right now.
Right.
It's not one size fits all. It's really about charting your course. And if you're not sure where you are, there's people to help you to figure out where.
Yes, we will have a mentor table. So our volunteer mentors will be there to help you look at the schedule and maybe determine what's my priority right now. Here are the issues. Oh, you need to see this lecture or whatever. And that's kind of the thing I think that makes TACA special. Our beautiful, amazing, intelligent volunteers who have hearts of gold and are just willing to help you not have to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
They want to reach out to the person behind them to pull you forward. So I love that about TACA.
And there's everybody under the sun. Like you know, I remember the first time I ever went to a TACA conference, and there were all these people in these matching shirts, and I was like, is it a cult? Is it an army? What is this? But then, you know, then I talked to a dad. You know, we had a whole big long conversation, and then I talked to a mom who was there with a baby in a stroller, and you know, I mean, there's just like everybody in every walk of life in because listen, that's our community.
That's our community. Yeah. All
we are a big old spectrum rainbow of everything, and that's really represented at TACA. So I think you should go.
You should go. End of story. You should
and
go.
listen, I don't know anybody that's ever gone, not a single person that's ever gone and not come back and said, that was life-changing.
Good.
And that includes people who simply go virtually and are looking at videos later on. So, you know, I'm just saying you should do that. That's all. And I will be there. And so see me when you're there.
And I'll be there too.
There we go. Maybe we can talk movies while we're sitting there.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
That'd be really fun. We'll start a little subgroup. Anyway, all right. So we reached that point in the program where we are going to talk about what are you watching? Because this is my favorite conversation.
I know. Super fun.
Ever.
Super fun.
So where do we want, and I don't know if you're advancing slides, Traven. I didn't even think to ask that. We're going to start out by talking about this first movie.
Right.
And we're going to look at it right here.
And
Here it comes.
coming.
Here it comes. I
It's
believe it's
coming.
Indiana Jones. It is.
It is. It's Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. And of course, it's Harrison Ford in the classic role of Indiana Jones, joined by Phoebe Waller-Bridge and the Mads Mikkelsen.
Yeah.
I love Mads Mikkelsen.
Do I have to? Okay.
I do.
I'm just checking. Okay. All right.
I
okay.
have to love
All
Mads
right. All right. You're allowed. Okay.
Toby Jones and Ethan Isidore, directed by James Mangold. So, I really love Harrison Ford, and I remember going to Grauman's Chinese Theater in '77 to see Star Wars, and I remember going to the Americana in the Valley to see Indiana Jones in 1981. So he's been a heartthrob for me for my whole life. And we recently rewatched Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and I think that was very helpful for this film for me because not a fan of Temple of Doom, and by comparison, this is one of the better, one of the fun offerings. It was wonderful to see him fighting Nazis again. It seems we're always needing to fight Nazis, so it's nice to see Indy take them on. And, of course, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, if she's fabulous. If you haven't seen Fleabag, you must. The premise is the Dial of Destiny is an artifact that created by Archimedes that can allow for time travel. So of course the Nazis want it. And with the magic of CGI, we see Harrison Ford as a young man in the 40s fighting near the end of the war, fighting with Mads Mikkelsen and a bunch of other Nazis to keep that dial out of the wrong hands. And then we end up back transported to the late 60s later on, and Indy is now about to retire from his professorship at Hunter College, and he's, Harrison Ford is in his 80s now, and looking like a man in his 80s, a handsome man in his 80s, but still. So now the goddaughter of his friend that we'd met shows up, and they're trying to find the dial, and the adventure goes forward. And I'm not sorry I saw this, but I hate to say it, it was a little forgettable, But again, because I had just seen Temple of Doom, and that's just so terrible, that I was like, this is better than Temple of Doom, I don't know if that's the right thing, but the best moment for me was near the end, and I won't spoil it, but I felt like Indy faces his failures and kind of his regrets, and there was a lovely emotional moment in that, and I thought that was a nice moment for that character. But overall, I'm like, it was fun, but
interesting.
What do you think?
I'm going to surprise you. I loved it.
Ooh.
There we go. I loved it. I am not a huge Harrison Ford fan, although, I'm talking acting-wise. I feel like he's kind of, it's all going to be a specific one-note kind of a thing. I have had the great distinctive pleasure of waiting on Harrison Ford when I was a waitress in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, where he lived and had a ranch for many years. And I can tell you he's a gentleman, and he has the most beautiful skin that ever a person had, which is inexplicable as much as he's been out in the sun. But I mean, I just couldn't get over how his skin looked. This was many, many, many years ago.
Yeah.
But, I enjoyed the first Indiana Jones movie, and I know I've seen the other ones, but I couldn't tell you anything about them, except that my son was fascinated by them. So they would be on in our house all the time, and I would see little scenes. I was not a big Indiana Jones. And I don't know that I even saw the last one.
Oh, the King of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that I saw it. So my son went to see this a couple of weeks ago when it first came out, because he was all excited. He was a big Indiana Jones fan. And he came home and was not a fan of this movie. He was like, the Nazis again, really? And all the CGI, he wasn't having it. So we kind of waited, and then we went, and I loved it. My husband loved it. I love Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I'm the biggest Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I agree. If you have not seen Fleabag,
You must.
It is the best thing ever. So I was worried for her, because I've seen her do a couple of things, and I've been like, how is her career going to flourish?
Right.
I thought she did a great job in this. She's a little physically awkward, so her running, and she's a stick of a woman. So
a sexy plank, as she's described.
There we go. But so I was all the running and hiding and dodging kind of thing. I was like, okay, would have liked a physical coach in there for some of that. But for the fight scenes, I thought she was right there in it, and all the car chases. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I said, do we have to love Mads Mikkelsen? Because the only time I truly love him is when he's playing a villain.
Yes.
When he's trying to play a straight character, I'm not having it.
Oh, did you see that Another Round or whatever the one?
Yes, and I absolutely hated that. I hated that. That's why I said, do I have to? I hated the movie. I hated the premise of the movie. I hated him in the movie. It's like, let's be drunk all the time.
Right.
We can manage it.
Mads can manage it.
Well, not in my book. Not in my book. But I allow that for you, but not in my book. But I thought that I'm a huge fan of Toby Jones, too. I loved the CGI. They're getting it better and better. It's still a little funky. The lighting of it is just, but I was shocked at how much of the movie was the CGI, and I kind of want to know how, but I bought it. I was in it. I was like, okay, this makes sense to me. I was okay with it. So I enjoyed it. I thought it was a rip-roaring time. I then went to a movie the next night, which we'll talk about next month, and it was the exact same movie with different actors in a different time period. I can't get over that, but we'll talk about that next month. Next month we'll talk about that.
Stay tuned.
All right. Moving on, our next film.
Here we go.
What is it?
It is Asteroid City, and here's where I lose my cool kid status, because I don't like Wes Anderson, but I just don't get it. But fabulous cast. I mean, look at this cast.
Yes.
Scarlett Johansson.
I had to do 2 columns, and I left people out.
I know. It's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just an amazing cast.
Did we say it's Asteroid City?
It is, yeah, I did say Asteroid
Okay,
City,
thank
yeah.
you.
So for those of you listening, and so this is the film is the premise is about gathering this group of smart kids who are going to get a science award, and also there to observe a celestial phenomenon in Asteroid City. The city is a remote desert town whose claim to fame is an asteroid fell to Earth there and made a giant crater. So, as with all Wes Anderson films, the visuals are everything.
Yeah.
I mean, the color, the composition, it's fabulous. The story, not so much. Jason Schwartzman, is a Wes Anderson regular, and he plays the father of a young boy who's getting one of the awards, and also triplet girls. And he hasn't told them that their mother had died previously 3 weeks prior, and is going to do so on this trip. So there's all this kind of, what's going to happen? And the car breaks down, and they end up being stuck in this town. And then Scarlett Johansson is one of the other parents, and she's also a movie star, and she looks amazing. She's got like Liz Taylor black hair, and she looks incredible. So it's a visual feast. But there was a moment with Jason Schwartzman's character where there's a play within the film, all that stuff, and he questions the director, am I doing it right? I don't understand the play. And I felt like raising my hand and saying, me? Neither. I'm with you. So I know he's beloved, the Wes Anderson, but I don't get it. I kind of want him to direct something he didn't write, because I feel like it's so quirky and it keeps me at a distance. So I think you're a fan, so you tell me.
Well, I am not a Wes Anderson fan. I'm very hit and miss with him, where, I will see things and I will go, okay, it's clever, but you don't have me.
Right.
And the story doesn't hold up. And so I get annoyed more often than not. So I'm not a diehard fan. And then every once in a while he'll do something and I'll go, that right there is really good. Why can't you do a whole movie like that? I think he's come pretty darn close with this one.
Okay.
I loved this movie.
Did you? Okay.
I loved it so much. And I loved the visuals. I loved how I'm very much, I'm going to go all theater professor on you, but I love Brecht. And I love Brecht, says, I'm not going to allow you to get comfortable in your seat. I'm going to remind you that you're watching a play.
Well, and I
he
thought
kept
of you
doing that.
watching this. 'Cause
Yes.
I thought,
Yeah, and it was like just when you would get comfortable, he'd go, "Rump," and now we're going to take you outside, and we're going to hear the actors talking about a scene that's yet to come. I loved that. I loved how he made fun of himself. I loved the bad sort of low-tech effects. I thought it was hilarious. I laughed hysterically. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It fell apart in the end for me. I feel like he chimped out at the end and didn't know how to end it and was like, I guess I'm going to do this, and that was bad. But other than that, I'm 100% confident that this should be in the 10 best pictures for the year. I don't think it will be best picture, largely because of the end. If he did not stick the landing on the end, but if he had, it's the best movie I've seen this year.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, what's the best movie you've seen this year?
Probably Reality.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
felt like that one took me by surprise,
Okay.
and I think I kind of knew going in that I might get annoyed by Wes Anderson being quirky. And there's always lists. And I was actually going to make a list
of how
it annoyed me.
Oh my gosh. And I found it charming, and I just thought it was witty and unexpected. But this time, sometimes his stories I don't get. This story
you got.
I was with all the way up until the end, and I went, oh, Wes.
Oh, Wes.
Oh, Wes. Who didn't stop you from doing this? Wes. But yeah. So that was me. Loved it.
There you go.
But I appreciate you going to see it because I was so
I will
excited.
watch Wes Anderson for you. That's how much
Well,
I love
I
you.
watched Renfield for you,
Exactly.
so there we go. All right, here we go. What's our next movie?
Next up is No Hard Feelings with Jennifer Lawrence, Andrew Barth Feldman, and Matthew Broderick. And so this film has a really simple premise. Jennifer Lawrence's character is a local in Montauk, and she kind of hates when all the summer crowd comes in, and a bunch of rich people are making it difficult for the working class to afford to live there because it's a beautiful seaside location. Her car gets repossessed, and now she doesn't have the ability to make money off of these summer vacationers by doing her Uber driving. She finds an ad in Craigslist requesting a young lady show a young man about to leave for college the ways of the world. P.S. The ad is placed by said young man's parents. And the prize for making him a man is a low mileage Buick.
Coincidentally.
Yes. Interesting. So the fact that her character is 32 and the young man is 19, you kind of have to I'm just going to put that aside, or else it'll stop you from watching this. And Harold and Maude, this ain't. This is no Harold and Maude. It was uneven, I felt. The film was uneven, but it does allow us to see Jennifer Lawrence and her fabulous comedic skills. And the young man, Andrew Barth Feldman, added a lovely layer of tenderness, and he also, they just played off each other very well, and they've developed a very believable friendship, and I liked all that about it. There are funny moments, but it kind of wavered between being like a Porky's raunchy sex comedy and then trying to be Harold and Maude, and so it felt like a little bit uneven in all of that, and my darn watch keeps going off. But like I said, I just like to see Jennifer Lawrence doing different things, so I was happy to see this. So, but yeah, it was okay. What about you? What do you think?
Well, I thought it was a summer romp, and for that, I give it top marks. To me, it was Pretty Woman meets, your phone's talking to us.
Yeah.
Pretty Woman meets Mystic Pizza, right? The two things put together, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't something, we're not going to get any award nominations for this. It's not that kind of a movie, but I thought it was a summer movie. It was sort of, and there was an element of romance, but I thought it was respectfully done in terms of the age difference, in terms of that. And, it wasn't brilliant. No awards here, but I enjoyed it. There were a couple of things that were hilarious.
Yes.
One moment in particular that I laughed so hard that I was disruptive in the movie theater, and we thought we were going to have to call an ambulance. It is the second hardest I have ever laughed in a movie. The first one being, for your consideration, laughing at, what is her name? Catherine O'Hara. So, I laughed so hard and so long that I was disruptive and making it so that people couldn't hear, and I couldn't stop. I just kept on laughing, and I was doing the fat woman kind of laughing, and if you can do that for me, I'm a fan, I'm all in. And so there was definitely that moment. And then there were other moments that I thought, okay, there's a shock factor to some of it. I think, that they were trying really hard to be relevant and, instead of just keeping it a sweet little story. But I thought it was funny. There have been so many people who've had so much to say about the helicopter parenting of the parents. But, I identify as a helicopter parent.
I saw it with my daughter, and she kept giving me the side eye.
Yes.
I was like, all right.
Yes. And in that respect, I felt, that it said something to me. And I thought that it was interesting, the relationship between the two, and that there was definitely a something there. I wouldn't say spark, because that makes it sound like it's sexual in nature, which it wasn't. But there was something about these two actors that was compelling, I guess is the way I want to say. So I think it's worth going to it. I think but you've got to know what you're going into, that it's just fluff. It's just summer fluff. It's probably a good date movie.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's not for younger kids.
Not for the youngsters.
No. So anyway, okay. And then I think we move on to some of our docs.
All of our documentaries, of which there are legion. Speed Cubers is a documentary directed by Sue Kim, and it features Max Park and Felix Zemdegs. And it's about people that are the fastest at solving Rubik's Cube's puzzle, not just the 3x3, which is the classic, but also a 4x4 version that came out later. Those just hurt my brain, so I'm amazed when people can do this. And there's also a separate category for people who can do it with one hand, and it's incredible to watch. So the focus is on Max Park, a young man with autism who has shown an incredible ability to solve Rubik's Cubes. And I think his parents originally were like, here, for fine motor skills, why don't you try this? And he's competing with champions from all over the world. And he ends up competing against his idol, Felix Zemdegs, who holds most of the world records. Through the competition, he knocks down each one of Felix's records, but they could become friends. And it's a beautiful thing to watch. Max's parents, discovering this interest, they were like a lot of us folks, with kiddos on the spectrum, if they're interested in something, it's like, this is a great thing, they like it. It could be a social thing we could do. And so that's the way they end up exploring this. And I think the message to me is, it renews my faith in humanity to see what a lovely young man this Felix gentleman is. And of course, Max is delightful. And it's another sort of reaffirming, follow your child's lead into what they're interested in, because it will open up a world, much like my son's interest in animals has opened up this whole world for me, for our family, for him, so I really loved that. And Schwan, Max's dad, he's presented at TACA conferences before, and he is just a nice guy, just a sweetheart. So I very much enjoyed this. What were your thoughts?
Oh, I loved it. I deeply enjoyed it too. I mean, it's a good film. I want to say that.
Yes.
It's good storytelling. You don't have to have a child on the spectrum to deeply appreciate the subject matter. I think anybody could watch this, and it's compelling. I'm using that word again. But because it becomes so much of life is, like Game of Thrones. It's this thing about, okay, we've got these two titans, and it starts out that way, people talking about, well, I'm a fan of Max, well, I'm a fan of Felix, and, who is going to be the person who's going to do this? And yet it's surprising in that we see the humanity of both of these young men, and how important it is to them, but how important their relationship is, and what that relationship is within this whole community of people who are speed gamers. And what it's like to triumph and what it's like to not triumph and what that means. I just thought it was really beautifully done, good storytelling. I do want to say that last month, Max broke another record. Did you see that in the news?
I did not.
Yes.
Fabulous.
He broke another record, and so that's just a lovely thing. And I also love that we got to know his parents a little bit.
Yes.
And I love that it wasn't the first thing that we learned about him was that he was on the autism spectrum.
Right.
Like, we got to see that he is a speed cuber hero.
Right.
And that he had all these fans for quite a while before the parents said, oh, he's on the spectrum. And then before you even got to see that, like, the level of on the spectrum that he is. Because he's not this, incredibly over-verbal think tank, very, that kind of on the spectrum. That is not the kind of on the spectrum he is. And I just felt that the way that was handled was particularly fabulous.
Yep, with dignity. Yeah.
I just loved it. Because isn't that what we all want our kids to be known for who they are?
Yes.
Not for what their number rating is on some ridiculous scale of whatever. Throw that in the ocean.
Yeah.
And I love that. We got to know Max.
Yes.
First, before we talked about diagnosis. So, good job.
Fabulous show. And I can't remember which streaming service. Oh, Netflix. It says right there. A Netflix documentary.
Yes. It's available to you right now.
Available right now?
The film is a couple of years old, and I feel like it probably didn't get as much hype as it would have because it came out in the pandemic. But you should be watching it and spread the word.
Yep.
All right, let's take a look at what our next film is.
Our next documentary is Rock Hudson, All That Heaven Allowed, directed by Stephen Kijak, and of course, the fabulous Rock Hudson is the feature. And the This is the life and career of Rock Hudson, covered by this documentary. But the title is kind of a play on one of his biggest hit movies, All That Heaven Allows, and we follow the creation of Rock Hudson, because he was a skinny, closeted gay man from Illinois, named either two different things I've seen. Name was either Roy Harold Shearer or Roy Fitzgerald. So people can comment and tell me which one's right. What struck me about the documentary is they were mostly voiceovers with intercut with footage from him and home movies and different things like that. And then eventually we meet some former lovers and friends that were in the inner circle of his closeted gay life. And those gentlemen are interviewed on screen. So that was an interesting choice, because they had people like Doris Day and Linda Evans talking about interacting with Rock. And his coming out eventually at the end of his life as having been a gay man and having AIDS was, I think, and they mentioned in the documentary, it probably saved lives. And I think it was a way to put a face on this horrible thing that was not even being talked about by our president at the time. So it was also the fact that he was such a man's man. And I think that sort of upset people's preconceived notions at the time of what does it mean to be a gay man. And so that I thought was really great that they kind of focused on that. But I was amazed by how his sexuality was very well known within Hollywood, but not outside of it. And that would not happen today. No. There's just no way. But I think that nobody had anything negative to say about him. So I think that was part of it. There was this loyalty towards kind of protecting the image, And interestingly, he had to have certain training to look more butch, which was interesting to me, because he just seems to embody the all-American hunk kind of thing. And it's interesting. I mean, behind the mask, he was apparently this lovely, kind, gentle person. And also, warning, if you're going to watch this with your mother-in-law, which I did, there's some pretty graphic conversations and some male nudity. So heads up. But I found it an interesting documentary. I was pleased to see, kind of what his inner life was like. What about you?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I'm a huge Rock Hudson fan and always was. And years ago, when I first got out of college, I got to work in an office with his best friend. Jim Menon, because when I was working in New York on Broadway shows, Jim Menon was the company manager for Cats, and I was working I was the office manager for the office that ran that show. So I would hear all these stories about Rock Hudson, and this I think it was like right as he was being diagnosed. So I don't think. It's funny because in my mind, I knew that he had AIDS, and so it's sort of like my mind plays tricks on me about when he came. Yeah, when the world knew. But and Jim only had wonderful things to say about Rock Hudson, and I remember the first time I went to see Cats, and I'm working in this big Broadway office now, and they send me to go see Cats, and the next morning they want to know what I think of it, and even then I was somebody who was way too open with my opinions, and I said, "Oh my God, it's terrible!
It is terrible.
It's just horrible. Why is it the longest running show on Broadway? It's just horrible." And I watched everybody's face fall because that paid a lot of the bills in the office. We had other shows, and there's Jim Menon, he's the company manager, and he was like, oh. And then later I said, "I'm sorry, did I hurt your feelings? Because it's your livelihood?" And he said, "No," he said, "you're just the only other person beside Rock Hudson that would tell the truth to me." And I went, "What?" And he said, "Oh, Rock's my best friend." And he said the same thing after he saw it, "Shannon, so you're in good company." So I've always thought about that and been so proud that Rock Hudson and I have the same opinion of Cats. But anyway, so I loved that part of it. I loved that for me, it felt like what happened is that the community gathered around him and said, we're going to protect you.
Yeah.
And that the decision to talk in this film, I both loved this and I kind of want to criticize it a little bit. It seemed like they were still protecting him a great deal.
Yeah.
That the only things that they really talk about, where they talk any smack about him was his prowess in bed. And they are very, they're very forthcoming about that. That's why you don't want to watch it with your mother-in-law. But nobody had a bad thing to say. But I loved that. And then there was a little part of me that was like, I'll bet there was some stuff that you guys are still protecting him on.
Yeah, maybe so.
But I loved that more and more, like when we saw Bohemian Rhapsody and they kind of glossed over the fact that, this is a gay man who was very promiscuous and that got AIDS and died. I felt like they did not gloss over that with Rock, that they were like, this man loved sex, had no problem asking for it, that this was, I guess maybe I would have liked to have heard more about, was he ever in love?
Yeah.
Was there ever a long-term partner?
Right.
What was that like? And that part wasn't a part of the movie. You can't really judge for what isn't a part of the movie, but, I guess maybe I'd like another film about Rock Hudson. But my goodness, what a gorgeous man he was on the inside and the outside, and what a great sense of humor. And I also loved that throughout the movie, they showed all the movies that I grew up with loving, and showed all the places where they were kind of making fun of the fact that my grandmother did not believe that he was gay. Even when they said that he'd married Jim Nabors, and my grandmother was like, I would believe that of Jim Nabors, but not of Rock Hudson. And, and they address that in the movie. So it's worth watching. Hunk-o-matic. What a great guy.
Yep.
And he had the same opinion of cats as me, so there we go.
There you go. Me too.
Okay, our next doc that we want to talk about.
Yes. Our next doc is Tony Hawk, Until the Wheels Come Off. And of course, it's about the legendary skateboarder Tony Hawk. And it covers his rise to stardom, and then the lean years when skateboarding kind of fell out of fashion, and then how he came back again with the beginning of the X Games. Now, I was riveted by the dedication and determination that he had trying to perfect these different outrageous tricks, but I gotta say, I was super worried about the damage to his body.
Oh yeah.
And of course, each of the skateboarders interviewed from that time frame are all now over the age of 50.
Yeah.
And they're all feeling every ache and pain from the wipeouts and concussions and things like that. And it just worried me because I thought, I worry about traumatic brain injury for all athletes, so it is that, but I was blown away by their focus, that was an interesting thing. However, it's like a very macho kind of sport, and it was very punk rock, and I remember that time frame because the music in this is fabulous, and I was just like, it was bringing me back to the 80s, and early 90s, I guess, but the most moving moment, and I don't remember the skater's name, was a really punk rock kind of skater guy who had been so hardcore that he spit at Tony when he was a kid. And he shared how generous Tony was regarding the death of that skateboarder's son or child. I don't know I think it was his son. And that same guy had said something not so great when Tony's father died. Yeah. So he was very moved, and he got choked up, and he was very moved at the generosity of spirit. Yeah. And I just loved that. But ultimately, it was hard to watch the punishing aspect of try it again. But it was also thrilling to see when he landed it. Yeah. So I get, I don't know. It was a world I would not have really looked into. So I'm kind of glad I saw that aspect of it. But yeah, it was very male dominated, very, gritty kind of thing. But yeah, what do you think?
I didn't mean to watch this. I want to be honest about that. That I was up one night and I hadn't taken my pills until late, and I had to sit up for an hour. And I was like, well, what's on? And it was just about to start. And I was like, I'll watch a couple of minutes. I'm not a big Tony Hawk fan. It was all during the years when I was in college and graduate school. I wasn't watching TV. Didn't really. I was aware of who he was, but wasn't watching any of this. So it was like coming into it pretty fresh eyes. I also want to say that this was directed by Sam Jones, who who I've always wondered, what in the heck does Sam Jones do? Does everybody know who Sam Jones is? Do you ever like turn on the TV and there's a guy that's interviewing very big celebrities all in black and white, and they're sitting in two chairs like this, but it's all in black and white, and he does these in-depth interviews? That's Sam Jones, who typically is known as a photographer. So I thought, oh, this is so fascinating that this is being directed by Sam Jones, and most of the footage in it, I mean, there's interviews, but a lot of the footage is, it's like home movies and competitions that he did. So I found that fascinating. Okay, so having said that, I think the best thing in the movie is the soundtrack. I'm totally with you on this. And I thought that it was a very glossed over, let's make Tony Hawk look even better than he has in the past, kind of look at anything that was hard or difficult. They kind of like would go, and then this happened, and then those, and then watch me land this jump again. That, you know, I mean, we got to see the ups and the downs a little bit, but, you know, so he works really hard, and his dad helps him, and he starts landing the jumps, and he gains fame and buys a house and is married and has kids. And then somehow, like, everything, the bottom falls out and the marriage is having trouble, but then that wife disappears into thin air. We don't ever hear what happened. We don't really know what happens with those kids until much later in the film, where we see the adult child, the oldest child, say, yeah, you know, he was an interesting dad. You know, and we don't go into any of that. Then, you know, he's back on the rise again, and he's, you know, a star again. And there's like one little, like, maybe minute-long segment where he's like, oh, and I kind of lost my way, and there might have been some drug use, and I really had to hit rock bottom, and I had to ask God for, and now everything's great. And you just go, maybe that was the story. Maybe focusing on how hard he had to work to land that jump.
Yes, the jump
would have been interesting, but instead it was just very skateboard porn with really good music. And isn't Tony Hawk great? And my goodness, the man's a legend. And he certainly has earned it with his fearlessness of, you know, literally, I mean, the name is great too, until the wheels come off. Yeah. Because that's what he's going to do.
Yes. Oh, and that was one of the other skaters basically said that. It's like a compulsion. Yeah. They said that people don't understand what they get out of it. And I thought, well, I guess that's true of a lot of high-level athletes that or risk takers that, you know.
Well, it's a perseveration. Our community understands that. It's a perseveration. And, you know, and sometimes perseverations can lead to not focusing on other things that might save your life.
Right.
And we all understand, like, what's the difference between a passion and a perseveration? And this is a perseveration. So, you know, I mean, if you like Tony Hawk and if you like to see landing skateboarding, you can stomach all the falls. And this the soundtrack is worth showing up for.
I agree.
But it is a very male look at it. All right.
So our next documentary is Wham!
Talk about
Wham,
soundtracks.
directed by Chris Smith, Andrew Ridgeley, and George Michael, of course. And I had actually just been texting a friend of mine about Wham because when he and I were in London in 1985, and we saw Frankie Goes to Hollywood, the Hammersmith Odeon. And when we were there, we were looking around and we were like, hey, isn't that the other guy from Wham? And otherwise known as Andrew Ridgeley. And this documentary gave me just a greater appreciation of that other guy from Wham. Because he, you know, it chronicles their years of success, 81 to 86. They did have a lot of success together, and then eventually George Michael launched a very successful solo career. And I loved that Andrew Ridgeley was not bitter, you know, at least the way he appeared. I mean, he actually doesn't appear in this documentary. He's not on screen. And I read somewhere that was a choice because he says, well, George can't be on screen with me, so I'm not doing it. And he looked like he had just a really great time and was, you know, happy that it happened and not bitter that it ended. And he shared that George showed very quickly that his songwriting ability was just exponentially getting better and better. So he was kind of like, oh, yeah, you're the guy. And and there was a point where George had shared with them that he was gay, and the other members of the band were and Andrew were really supportive, and I thought that was great too. The footage of their concerts in the 80s with the clothes, and later on the Live Aid concert and the recording of "Do They Know It's Christmas" in the UK, it took me right back. I could almost smell the Aquanet. I mean, it was like, I remember this well. I enjoyed that. And I liked often when you see these band documentaries, it's about how they all ended up hating each other. And this was nice. They, and sadly, of course, George Michael has since passed away, but it was nice to hear Andrew Ridgeley speak about it from his perspective, and it was fun.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it because I would watch anything with Wham, right? Because that's a time from my life that, but I'm not buying it.
Okay.
I'm not buying it. If there was a subtitle to this movie, it would be Andrew Ridgeley's a great guy.
Okay.
And let's all not forget that. I'm not buying it.
Okay, so you're thinking of it like a propaganda, like we were talking about last time.
Oh, it's totally a propaganda film, especially because, at the very end of the film, I don't want to give too much away, but at the end of the film, it's like, well, and George had to go and be who George was, and Andrew needed to go and be who Andrew was. And I was like, who is Andrew now? What did Andrew go and do? Why aren't we talking about that? Why are we not sharing what Andrew went on to go do? We all know what George went on to do. What happened to Andrew? And there was this element of, well, Andrew had things that he wanted to do too, and they never tell us what those things were. And so I'm not buying it. I don't think, there's a reason why every movie we've ever watched about every band, when somebody gets the person to be solo artist and go on, that there are hard feelings. There's a reason why. I'm not buying it.
No, okay.
And for 20 years, he was the other guy from Wham, and nobody knew what his name was. I'm not buying that there's not some bitterness there. Now, maybe he's the most wonderful guy in the world, and then in which case I apologize, but I am the cynic that's going to say, I'm not buying that. And maybe, like what a wonderful way to rewrite history now and go, and I said, you go do that, and I said, oh, your writing abilities are so much better than mine, and I'm going to step out of your way and I'm not buying that.
Okay.
Not buying it.
Okay.
And there's another George Michael doc that's out right now too, and I haven't seen that yet, and I want to see what it says.
Yeah, curious.
Because I'm not buying it.
Well,
but lovely, and I'll watch them in their bright pink and jumping up and down and Wake Me Up Before You Go anytime. Happy to watch it. Great, opportunity to do that. And if the fairy tale is true, yippee-ki-yay. I would be so happy if that were the case. But I read the moment completely different, that he went to Andrew and his girlfriend, who was a singer in the band, and said to them, I'm gay, and that they were very accepting of it, but said, now is not the time to come out with this.
Oh, yeah, that may have indeed been the case.
And that he said, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No.
But that he said in the documentary, they were the two worst people to have asked, because then I felt like I couldn't come out.
Oh.
And that led to him being in the closet longer and was, very, I mean, how can you be that? That makes me so sad. So I didn't feel like they were incredibly supportive. I thought that they were supportive of, be gay, but for heaven's sake, don't tell anybody. Don't act that way. What's the line in the one song where he says, got a new face, new suit for the boys at MTV? Do you remember that line from the song? And I felt like, oh, well, okay, that's part of what that was. He was performing partially for Andrew. So I didn't think that was supportive. Okay. But all adding to my thesis that maybe Andrew Ridgeley is not the hero of the piece, but there we go. And now all the Andrew Ridgeley fans are going to go, what is wrong with you? But I'm a cynical person. There I am. Okay. I think that's the end of our docs.
That's the end of our string of docs.
You requested a rewind.
I did request a rewind.
And you chose a very specific movie, and I immediately said yes, and then I was kind of like, oh, okay. I wasn't thrilled about it at the time, but I ended up being very thrilled about it.
Okay.
So I'm going to let you tell, share, you talk.
Well, it turns out Sleepless in Seattle, which is our rewind film, it's the 30-year anniversary of that film. Of course, it was directed by Nora Ephron and Tom Hanks, Meg Ryan, Ross Malinger. I don't know how to pronounce it. And the premise of this classic film is a widower's son calls into a radio talk show to find a new wife for his dad and a new mom for him. For the kids out there, it would be like calling into a live podcast.
Yeah.
Talk radio, right? Gosh. So Hanks is the sad widower, and as it happens, Meg Ryan is listening. She's engaged to the charming Bill Pullman, but we know this is not meant to be. How, you may ask? Well, he's pretty high maintenance, so that's our first clue. There are a lot of references to An Affair to Remember, and my advice is if you haven't seen Sleepless in Seattle, maybe watch An Affair to Remember instead, because I love Nora Ephron, I do, but this I think is just a stinker. I don't like this film. I think it's because she wasn't the screenwriter. She was the director. There's a lovely tone, but I feel like the biggest and honestly the most unforgivable mistake in this film is that you keep the romantic interests separate. And when I showed this to my daughter, she said, did Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan have scheduling conflicts? Because they're not in the same room. And I'm like, yeah, right? You're robbed of the electricity of the first time they meet. And, you know, because that doesn't happen until, spoiler alert, the last 5 minutes of the film, you know? And I have other important things to say. The only thing I think that makes this film beloved is Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan. I think they were both wonderful, but that made me even more angry that I didn't get to see them together being wonderful. And I also kind of hated that the lovely Rita Wilson delivered a great emotional recap of An Affair to Remember, and then she's ridiculed by Tom Hanks and Victor Garber for being emotional about a film. And I was, I don't know, I thought Nora Ephron, I was surprised she directed it. I had thought she wrote it, and I'm like, wow, that's weird for her. But then I'm like, wow, I thought she knew romance better. And I was just, I don't know. So it's 30 years old. 30 years ago, I was the weirdo who didn't like it. And maybe I still am, because I know everybody's like, oh, Sleepless in Seattle. I'm like, they're never together. And I hate that. That's the thing about romantic shows or movies or whatever. That first kiss, don't rob me of that.
Right.
You got to show me that. You know, and it's got to be electric, you know, and So anyway, what are your thoughts?
Well, here's what's so interesting, because you were the one that recommended it.
I know.
And I was like, oh, because I remember watching it back when and not liking it way back when. And I was a big Nora Ephron fan, and I was like, what in the heck is wrong? What? And I didn't like it for a lot of different reasons. First of all, I was single when I saw it, and I didn't like it back then, and I was like, okay. And I'm somebody who's allergic to everything, so I hated that Bill Pullman was made fun of because he's allergic to everything. I hated that.
Yeah.
And I didn't like the fact that they never got to be on screen together. And also the fact that Rosie O'Donnell played the sidekick made me so angry, because at the time I was trying to be an actress, and everything I would go out for, they're like, oh, you're like a Rosie O'Donnell. And I would be like, this woman has taken all the roles. I'm never going to get cast in anything. So I didn't like that. But here's the thing. I wasn't thrilled about having to watch it again, and I watched it again, and I love it now. What? Okay. I love it now. And I thought that Rosie O'Donnell did such an understated performance. I did not appreciate the good performance that she did. I absolutely loved it. I didn't realize, even when I made the slide for it before that Gabby Hoffman plays the little girl in it.
Yes.
And I love her as an actress now. If you guys saw her on Transparent, oh my gosh, what a brilliant actress. I love Tom Hanks and I love Meg Ryan, and I love that they were separated, because here's what I've learned from K-dramas is that the longer than you can make the wanting, the longing happen, the more powerful it is. And so they did meet before the end of the film, but they didn't get to be all over each other and in the sack before the end of the film. I love this because there was a moment, there are 3 total moments
where they see each other,
and I love that. And I guess now that, because when I first saw it, I didn't know what my love story was going to be, and so I was like, this is crap. And now that I do know what my love story is, I'm like, this is great. This is wonderful. And what an now there are problems that don't survive because of the fact that there's a scene where a person underage gets on a plane and that we don't call the police.
Yeah.
Like, you can't get over that in 2023. So it is dated in that respect, but I thought it was great.
Wow.
I loved
Okay.
it. I'm a believer now, and I hated it before. So
funny.
So I am shocked.
I'm shocked that I still hate it. Yeah, I
And you
I
recommended it, and you hated
well,
it.
I don't know that I hadn't done the rewatch yet at that point. And I said, oh, it's 30 years old. And I thought maybe my mind will be changed because 30 years have passed. And that's always an interesting thing to show things to my daughter, because she's 23, so she looks at it with completely fresh eyes.
Yeah.
And I just love when she just went, did they have scheduling conflicts? What's going on? You know? And I'm like, I know. And and actually my uncle worked on this film. He was best boy, I believe, on this film.
Oh, how fun.
Yeah, so I don't know. And
I thought it was a very offbeat love story, like not your typical formula.
Okay.
But I like keeping them apart. Look, we've been talking about this so much because if you haven't watched the phenomenon that is K-drama, it's really a thing you got to watch.
I have not.
And your daughter has to watch if you're going to be a writer in any kind of production, because it's, Netflix is now sinking millions of dollars into K-drama because they're doing so well.
Okay.
And it's a very specific thing. And one of the things that they do well is they set up a conflict where our young lovers cannot be together, and that they must have this longing and this separation, a reason why, because otherwise with today's mores, if you watch any, romantic movie, they meet and on the first date, they're in bed, and it's like, okay, do they even like each other? Do they even know who each other are? So the K-dramas are doing this, and people are buying it because it's a little bit more, I don't know, I think it's more about the fairy tale of love. Trying to be, but that's what I love. I want to see the fairy tale of love. And so I think I
feel like there's an in-between somehow. But
it's a finesse to get there.
Yeah.
And in the K-drama, they don't have them, on opposite sides of the country the whole time.
Right.
But you have to the key to a K-drama is you have to come up with a conflict of why these two people cannot be together. Even, all the Bridgerton, same thing. And the good Bridgertons have a good reason, and the bad Bridgertons have a reason that doesn't hold water.
Right.
But that's the key, is that you got to set up a place where there can be longing. And I thought that Sleepless in Seattle did that.
Okay.
So there we go.
There we go.
My opinion.
Never know what's going to happen on a rewind.
I know. I am shocked. I'm just shocked because I thought for sure you were a big fan of it.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay. Well, that's our movies for this month, but we've already got some things in the hopper for next month, but we want to hear from you guys. What kinds of things you're watching? What are you interested in? What would you like for us to compare notes on? Anything is game, whether it's television shows, series, whether a movie, it could be something that's just streaming. Things are going to start to thin out a little bit because of the strikes. So we're interested in any suggestions that you guys have of things that...
Or rewind films,
Yes.
I'm happy to look at an old classic again, because, it's always a delight and an interesting perspective.
Yeah. What are you looking forward to seeing right now?
Well, definitely the Barbie movie.
Yeah.
I just think that's going to... I'm a big fan of Greta Gerwig, and so I'm interested to see how that plays out. There's a new Pixar film, The Elemental, that I kind of would like to see that. And then I don't know. I know that there's the Mission Impossible film that's in the theaters now, I believe, and then
Oppenheimer.
That's the other one. Yeah. Oppenheimer. I feel a little bit of trepidation because it's a 3 hour. I think it's 3 hours.
I think so.
Whew.
And it's because it's what's his name? Why can I not think who the director is?
It's Chris Nolan.
Yes, and so Chris Nolan hurts my head sometimes, but this is a pretty straightforward
story.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. I want to see how, kind of like the Wes Anderson thing, like what quirk he brings to it.
Right.
How he's going to tell this story. I am now excited to see Barbie, but begrudgingly, and I, if I'm sitting here in a month saying how much I love the Barbie movie, we will all be shocked.
We'll be shocked, yeah.
Right? So it's funny but everybody I know cannot wait to see Barbie.
My
It's the
daughter's
big
going
hoopla.
tomorrow night, I think it opens. And
Yeah.
she's going with a bunch of her friends, and they all are wearing pink, and they are just super excited, And I was very conflicted when she was a child of giving her Barbies to play with, but I grew up with Barbie, and I thought, well, because there's the
Yeah.
whole feminist thing or whatever,
Yeah.
and I love that. That's what I love, that it's in Greta Gerwig's hands,
Well, yeah,
So that's going to be interesting.
The big quote is that Margot Robbie got the script and read it and said, "Oh, this is such a great movie. I'm so sad that it'll never get made. They won't allow this to get made." And of course, I've been in the movies theaters so often lately, and they play, the big preview, the trailer for it, and it very clearly says, if you love Barbie, you're going to love this movie, and if you hate Barbie, you're going to love this movie.
You're going to love this movie.
And I don't think I fit in either category. I loved Barbie when I was a kid. I mean, I played with Barbies, and like most of everybody else I know played with Barbies, but I did not continue that obsession as an adult.
Yeah.
And so we're a lot of people, and there are a lot of friends that I have that did, that they have like the collector Barbies and things. I'm not throwing shade on that, but
Right.
it
just wasn't something
that wasn't I collected blue ball jars. I mean, so I don't have Barbies, and I didn't have a girl. Okay. So, but my husband is redonkulously excited to see this movie. And I keep saying, who are you and what have you done with my husband? What? and my son is thrilled to see it too. So, and you said your daughter is thrilled to see it.
She's thrilled to see it. And I'm waiting to hear. I want to get the text as she leaves the theater of what she thinks of it. So we shall see.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I'm looking forward to is season 2 of Good Omens. I don't know if you saw.
I don't know that.
It's I believe Amazon, and it has David Tennant and Michael Sheen.
Okay.
And it's based on a Neil Gaiman, Terry Pratchett book, and they did season 1, and now they're doing season 2. So I'm excited about that.
Wonderful. There's a bunch of things on Apple that I can't wait to see, but I can't think of a single name of any of it. But there's a bunch of space things on Apple that have either just come out or are coming out.
Yeah.
That I'm all about.
Yeah.
Like I think one is called Invasion.
Oh, yeah.
I'm all about this.
Yeah, looks interesting.
Yeah.
Lots to watch.
There we go. For the moment, and then it'll all run out. Yeah. So there we go. All right, you guys, we're back on Monday with a Parent to Parent Autism Live, where we're going to be talking about my top 5 tips for getting funding for autism treatment.
Nice.
Because, if you don't have the money to do it, you feel like you're on the outside. So make sure that you tune in for that. We've got a big week for you next week, but I hope that everybody has a great weekend. Thank you so much for being here and doing this.
Thanks for having me.
I enjoy this more than I should. I mean, even the fact, I love it when we disagree.
I know.
That's just not
I know,
right.
we're both like, what?
Yeah. So anyway, we hope you guys enjoy it too. But thank you for being here with us, and we'll see you next week. Take care. Bye-bye.
The advice and opinions expressed by the host of Autism Live and her guests are meant solely as suggestion and should not be in any way construed as child-specific advice. The Center for Autism and Related Disorders advises working with a board-certified behavior analyst who has experience with autism before starting any intensive behavioral intervention. Any choices you make in determining your child's treatment are completely at your own discretion.
morning and welcome to Autism Live. I'm Shannon Penrod and we're coming to you live from the Warner Center in Woodland Hills, California. This is the home for Autism Live. It is also the home for the Center for Autism and Related Disorders. I'm super excited about today's show because we've got a really incredible guest that I can't wait to introduce you guys to. But first, we want to let you know that we're here for the next hour live and we want to hear from you. We want to talk with you. We want you to participate with us. So Traven has already started showing you some of the different ways that you can connect with us. While he shows you the myriads of ways that you can watch the show and have your comment read on the show or answered, I want to remind you that our homepage is autism-live.com, and when you go there, there's lots of things to do. But let me just point out a couple of quick things. There's a whole library of videos, and you can search them in lots of different ways because some people like to search by topic, some people like to search by a person. So there's lots of different ways that it's separated for you, or you can just go to the search bar and type in keywords, and it should direct you to where you want to go. If you want to go to the Ask Dr. Doreen clips and search topics there, at the top of the page, there's a search by topic. And it's a drop-down menu, and if you click the one for Ask Dr. Doreen, there's one coming for the Temple Grandin videos. But you can go in and you can push toilet training, for instance, and then it will show you all of the times that Dr. Grampuchet has answered questions about toilet training, and they'll show you exactly what the question was, right? Because if you're trying to toilet train a 3-year-old, that's a vastly different proposition than a 16-year-old who is throwing their poo, right? But both of those questions are going to be in there. So feel free to look at those as well. And by the way, there's a chat button at the bottom of the page. It's a little red button. If you click it, chat, and it opens up a box, and you can type and hit enter, and that shows up on my screen, and you and I can have a conversation. But better than that, you can have a conversation with our guests. Our guest today is somebody that I think you're going to want to talk to. So that's all free. It's all anonymous. You can also be writing in on Facebook and YouTube and Periscope I'm forgetting something. Twitter. And you can write me at s.penrod@autism-live.com. Whatever way works best for you. And hey, if none of those ways are really your particular MO of how you want to comment, please write and let us know. We're trying to be on more screens. You guys wrote to us and said, we want, why aren't you on iHeartRadio? And we were like, well, I don't know. Why aren't we on iHeartRadio? And now we are. So there we go. And by the way, when you watch us on iTunes, you can listen to us too. You have a choice when you download if you want to do the audio or do the full picture. You can, because you can take us in the car, you can take us on a walk. We try to be a friendly show, and when we put things on the screen, let you know as much as we can what the things are on the screen. Obviously, we can't do that with everything, but we try. So anyway, thrilled to be here this morning. You know, on Thursdays, I like to remind you that we have lots of experts that are on the show. I'm not one of them. Let's be abundantly clear. I'm not an expert in autism. I'm not even an expert in my very own kid. But I do have a kiddo who was diagnosed with autism at the age of 2.5, and he is fantabulous. He's the most amazing person on the face of the planet. I will tell you that when he was diagnosed with autism, we were told it's a lifelong disability was the word that was said to me. And I think that for some people that may be very true. Because my son got really good services, I still, you know, my son's brain works differently than my brain. His brain works better. Let's be 100% clear, right? But I look at my son and there's no way that I can see a disability anymore. I don't. There certainly was a time when I saw that there were things that he wanted to do that he could not do, and things that he was frustrated with. Why isn't this working out for me? Because he didn't know that there was something that he wasn't able to do, right? He totally was missing the cue for it. And through good therapy, I will say, through the Center for Autism and Related Disorders, he doesn't have any of that anymore. He knows, if he doesn't know how to do something, he knows how to go look it up and find it and practice it to get better at it. Like, you know, like you do, right? He doesn't have a disability. There's no way you could convince me of that. But it was a lot of work. let's be honest, it was a lot of work. We got a lot of help and support. The Center for Autism and Related Disorders, I always say they saved our lives. They saved his life, because before them, all he wanted to do was run out into traffic. And now all he wants to do is build things on his, and print things on his 3D printer, and design things on his 3D printer, and write scripts and shoot movies and be with his friends, and a lot, right? So there we have it. Okay. But in any case, I'm not an expert. I'm a mom, and I want to help you to get to the resources that you want to get to, because we got lucky, and I want you to get lucky in whatever way that looks like for you. So write to me, tell me what you're looking for, and I'll do my best. You know, I can only do my best. I can't promise you that that I can. I certainly don't know everything, but I look for people who do know everything whenever we can find them. All right? Sound like a good deal? You know what I always say here? We can do this together, right? We hold hands. Si se puede, right? Okay. So, Thursdays, we like to start off with something we fondly refer to as the jargon of the day. This is when we take on one word, one phrase, one acronym. We try to figure out what in the hey nani are those experts talking about. I'm very much in a RuPaul mood. You'll understand why later. Okay, so we give you the actual definition of the term. Sometimes I like to make fun of it when appropriate, which is most of the time. And then we give you a working definition, which is meant to help you to sort of find your entree into understanding. Don't, get all upset if you don't get it the first time. I don't think any of us get it the first time, but that's why we cycle back through some of these terms. One of our staff said to me today, "Are you sure you want to do FAPE? You just did it last July." And I was like, oh yeah, if it's been since last July, we need to do it again. So there it is. There's our term for the day, FAPE, F-A-P-E, FAPE. What is it? Let's take a look at our actual definition. FAPE stands for Free Appropriate Public Education. It's a term frequently referred to in IEPs. It's the thing you're entitled to. So let's take a look at what, and there's not much to be made fun of there, right? Because this is serious business, and we just stepped into IEP season. And it's a little bit like sometimes stepping into something that's not good on your shoe, right? But it doesn't have to be that way if we understand what the rules are. So let's take a look at what our working definition for FAPE is. It's what your child is legally entitled to in the United States. So again, it's free, appropriate public education. So IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, says that every single person, every single child in the United States is entitled to a free, appropriate public education. Okay, so when you go in with your child, if they could be a child who has cerebral palsy, they could be a child who's blind, they could be a child who has a hearing loss, it could be a child with autism, right? And they are coming in, and we've identified them as someone who has a designated, what they call disability, right? Sometimes I even struggle with that, right? But that's what they call it. They come in and they're identified as being eligible for special education. And when you are eligible for special education, it means that you have the right to be assessed for an IEP. More and more we're hearing from people who say, oh, they said that we don't need an IEP. We'll have Bonnie on Monday talking about this kind of thing. More often than not, you do qualify for an IEP. You just have to demonstrate that the child needs some educational support. Now, if the person has whip smart IQ and they're getting straight A's across the board and they have no problem turning in their work, sometimes it makes for a difficult case to say this child needs an education plan. But the truth is that child may very well need an education plan, because if they are not good, if they have an autism diagnosis and their problem is being able to talk to peers and collaborate with peers and have it go successfully, then they still need educational support. And a lot of times school will argue, oh, that's a 504. Well, if you feel like that's okay, fine. But otherwise, let's fight for the IEP, because the IEP provides services. 504 provides accommodations. And really, the IEP provides both, right? But here's the problem. You get into the meeting, and At some point, the school is going to offer you their version of FAPE. They have to. That's what an IEP is. They offer you, here's what we think FAPE is for your child, because it has to be a free, appropriate public education. Notice that appropriate is really the word here, because we all understand what free means, right? Public means you're not going to pay for it. And education, all right, look, that could be a little dicey too, but it's the appropriate that is where we're really going to argue. And this is hard for autism parents because, look, you know, we all want what's best for our child. Of course. Like, that's not even a question, right? You want what's best for your child. But when you go into an IEP, if you start arguing best, they know that you're not up on what's happening here. Because you don't get to say, my child deserves what's best, and so you're going to give it to us. Because the law doesn't support that. The law says they need to give your child what's appropriate. So that's going to be the word that we're going to argue over how we define that. Now, the first IEP that I had to go to as a parent of an individual on the spectrum, I went dictionary shopping until I found the one that defined appropriate as being effective. And I went in with that blown up on a card and said appropriate, and it, you know, had the whole thing so it looked like it was fresh from the dictionary, and I had the quote, you know, so they could see where I got it. And I said, you know, appropriate equals effective. So show me what you're going to do that's going to be effective for teaching my child. And that's where we were off to the races, right? And then they sued me. That's a whole other Oprah we're not going to get into today. But they did. They filed due process against us. That was only the first time they did that. They did that twice. I'm the only person I know that a school district, same school district, has filed due process against our family, not once, twice. But you know what? In the end, we worked it all out. We never actually went to court. I'm not allowed to talk about things, but it all worked out, right? So my point here is it's what you're entitled to. It doesn't mean they're just going to hand it over to you. Sometimes you got to fight tooth and nail for it, right? And you got to show them that you mean business and that you know what you're talking about. So that's why we have Bonnie Yates here on Mondays to answer your questions and to help you to figure out what to do and where to go next when it's special education law. But there are laws, and our kids have a right. In fact, the Supreme Court 2 years ago, very important landmark case that said that appropriate could not be just de minimis, which is Latin for the minimum. So there have been a lot of schools who have said, well, you know, the kid is here. We have a desk for them. We put worksheets in front of them. We really can't be expected to teach someone who's difficult to teach. That's really been the attitude at some schools. And the Supreme Court said, that's not appropriate. De minimis is not appropriate. And I don't know if they looked at their dictionary and saw that it means effective, right? But we need to fight for FAPE, and we need to define what that appropriate is and help the school to define what the appropriate is for our kids, because it's an entire year of your child's life. And I have seen when my son has gone to school in a year when the IEP was right and the FAPE was right and he made progress, right? And there have been years when we didn't get it right and it was not just straight across, and your kid's self-esteem can be damaged. So it's important that we get this right. And you have the right, your child has the right to FAPE. Don't forget it, free, appropriate public education. And one little trick that a lot of us use in an IEP is that we go in and we just say appropriate 38 times. And they'll say, well, you know, we want for Johnny to do X, Y, and Z. And we go, oh, and how did you determine that that was what was appropriate? And they go, right? They have to start rifling through their papers to have that line up with an assessment that they may or may not have done. Why is it appropriate? You're saying it's appropriate. What are you basing that on, right? Use the word all the time, appropriate, with the school, and they go, oh, okay. This is a parent who knows which way up. The minute you say, well, I want what's best for him, they know they got you, right? Okay, moving on. We always have a question of the day, and our question today for you, which goes hand in hand with our our phrase for the day. What changes would you like to see for educating individuals with ASD? You know, a little over a week ago, I came in, we had all the position papers from all of the candidates who had at that point, I don't know if Bloomberg has turned in one yet. He hadn't 2 weeks ago. But I went through all of the other position papers on disabilities for all of the other Democratic candidates that are still sort of in it. And Yang was still in it at that point. And first we compared, you know, like volume, and then we compared a couple of different things. One of the things that I look for all the time, that since IDA was instituted, and we said this is going to be the law of the land and this is what we're going to judge things by, it has never been fully funded. Nobody has ever fully funded it. Can you imagine? That's, you know, it's like saying, well, we're going to build a house and we gave up our other house and we're now living in this house, but we didn't budget a roof. So we're not going to have one, but we're going to live in the house and we're going to slug it out and hope that everybody can find a dry corner when it's raining, right? Not a good plan. So I looked to see what everybody's plan was for fully funding IDA, but what they also were talking about doing for employment and education and all these other things for disabilities. But here's one of the big questions, right? What changes would you like to see in the education system in educating individuals with ASD? And then I would encourage you to look at the candidates and see, is there a candidate who believes what you believe for education? There's some very interesting things in those documents. Senator Warren has the longest section on education because she's a former teacher, but everybody has something in theirs, right? So check that. They're all online. You can check them out. Some are longer than others, and some of them are more interesting than others. Okay, but what would you like to see? I think that it's important that we, in order, you know what Dr. Phil says, in order to claim it, you got to name it, right? What do you want in the education system? I want to see things and money put in place to teach teachers and staff how to do inclusion well, because we all know that good inclusion is the ticket, right? But very few people know how to do good inclusion. And I will say that there are things in Senator Sanders' plan that address inclusion. There are things in pretty much everybody's that address inclusion. The only person who's incredibly specific about it in their plan is Mayor Buttigieg. He gets very specific about what goals he wants to get to by 2025. Everybody else is a little bit less specific, although Senator Sanders says the measures that he will take immediately by executive action, whereas in Buttigieg's, he does not say how he's going to get there. He just says, this is where I want to get to. Interesting, right? Okay, so check that out, but write into us and tell us what you want to see. All right, moving on. We always have a topic of the week, and I think this topic is so important. It's repairing a conversation. So often when any of us are having a conversation and we're talking, somehow we get off. Like maybe something was misunderstood, maybe the conversation got interrupted and then jumped back in and somebody didn't get to finish a thought. That happened to me the other day with sort of disastrous results. And I had to go back and repair the conversation. And it was like horrible because a misunderstanding had arisen simply because I was saying a thought, didn't get to the end of the thought, and somebody else came in the room. And then when we started, I had, you know, you ever that feeling you're like, something didn't go right. And then I realized later, I was like, I know what it is. I didn't get to finish that thought, and I'm not happy with how that ended. And went back and talked to the person. Man, am I glad I repaired the conversation, because they had taken it the complete opposite of how I meant it, because I didn't get the end of the sentence in, you see? It's important for all of us to know how to repair a conversation. I love that in skills, they have specific lessons in the social language curriculum. I can't talk today, in the social language curriculum, it's kind of a mouthful, about conversation, starting a conversation, maintaining a conversation, repairing a conversation, and ending a conversation. And they're kind of brilliant. And for those of you who are watching that have trouble with this kind of thing, whether you're on the spectrum or you're not on the spectrum, I would tell you, I learned so much just by reading through those lessons and going, oh, here's the part that I never thought of before. Here's the part that I was missing. And you go, oh, and then you can go try it out and it actually gets better. Because repairing a conversation is a pretty important skill to have. All right. So we've got a great show for you today. I'm very excited because if you are not watching the new hit show, Everything Is Going to Be Okay, you're missing it. This is on Freeform, so you're going to have to go to your TV guide to see what channel that is on your cable channel or on your satellite dish. But I had never been on this channel before, and now I'm going to check out the other things on the channel, but this show is what got me to that channel. This is an important show, and I'm going to say that, it's possible that maybe it's very cutting edge, and it might be too cutting edge for some people, although I would be bummed for you if it was too cutting edge for you, because it's hilarious, it's thoughtful, it's thought-provoking, it's so well written, tender, and features a cast of characters. One person who is very, more than one person, several people on the show are very specifically identified as being on the autism spectrum. And some of those actors, I believe actually maybe all of them, we'll check, are actually on the autism spectrum. And we have one of those actors here with us today. Lillian Carrier is going to be here, and she's brought a very special, I would say, friend. And you'll see when we come back, you're not going to want to miss this. I'm so excited. So stick with us. We're going to be back with Lillian after these messages.
Dr. Grandin, what is it like for you personally to have become the most celebrated person in the field of autism?
Well, I feel it's a responsibility. I get a lot of emails and letters from young kids. In fact, at the last conference I was at, I got a whole envelope of letters from kids in an English class. What makes me pleased is I think I'm inspiring a lot of kids to succeed, because I want to see kids succeed. Now, one problem I'm seeing with some of the fully verbal kids is they're not getting stretched enough. I see kids coming up to me at conferences where nobody's taught them how to shake hands. See, when I was a young child, I had to be party host at my mother's parties. I had to shake hands, say please and thank you, have table manners, learn how to shop. And I'm seeing too many situations where they aren't learning those basic skills.
Yeah, so you really think they need the basic skills that every child should learn?
Yes. Now, in the 50s, every child was taught social skills in a much more structured way. And today, that's not the case. Now, the so-called normal kids, they pick it up. But the autistic kids have got to be taught.
Okay.
And that's not being done enough.
What kind of preconceptions, though, do you think most people have about relating to those with ASD?
Autism is a really big spectrum. You're going all the way from Silicon Valley down to somebody with a lot of intellectual challenges. Now, the kinds of services and things a person needs is very different, those two ends of the spectrum. And I go to different places. I go to Silicon Valley, and I see a lot of people that I know are on the spectrum. And then I go see another kid that's smart at math, but nothing's being done to develop his skills, and he's getting addicted to video games. And they are the same kind of kid. The thing that I'm seeing, especially on the mild end of the spectrum, is too many kids sort of becoming the label. I'm very concerned about them getting a handicap mentality. Then I go over to the meatpacking plant, and there's a whole maintenance shop of old hippies that I know are on the spectrum, and they run that maintenance shop. And they've been there for years and years and years.
Why do you think the numbers, 1 in 68 now, have risen so dramatically?
I think on the mild end of the spectrum, it's increased detection. Because I can think of kids I went to elementary school with, kids I went to college with, that today would be diagnosed on the spectrum. I think that's a big part of it on the mild end of the spectrum. Now, I think there also is some severe autism that may have actually increased because there's more environmental contaminants, and there's more medications being given during early pregnancy.
Dr. Grandin, you beg parents not to let their children with autism be defined by the DSM or the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Why?
Well, I think the DSM made a big mistake removing Asperger's syndrome, because under the DMS-4, autism you had to have speech delay, Asperger was no speech delay. Now, you could argue scientific reasons for taking out the speech delay stuff, but from a service provider standpoint, the kind of services that somebody's nonverbal has is different than a mild kid with Asperger's. And I'm seeing too many fully verbal kids, less severe than me, getting put into a class with nonverbal kids. I'm seeing too many smart kids not learning job skills. That's another thing that I really push, because when I was 13, my mother had got me in a sewing job. When I was 15, I was cleaning horse stalls. It's really important that students intern in a job before they graduate from high school. They got to learn that discipline of getting to work.
If you could speak to every business owner in America, what would you say to convince them to hire somebody on the autism spectrum?
Well, there's certain things they can do extremely well. In fact, the SAP Corporation is hiring people with autism. There's another Project Search, where there's work being done with collaborating with hospitals to train them to set up surgical instruments for different types of surgery. And they take longer to train, but once they're trained, they're super, super good and meticulous about making sure the instruments are set up right. And that's got about a 78% employment rate.
So you think the skills that those with ASD have to offer are often overlooked by people that employ?
As I said before, I can think of kids that I went to college with that definitely were on the autism spectrum. Those individuals are all employed in good jobs. And I think a lot of this gets back pounding those manners in the 50s and the 60s, and kids being on things like paper routes, where they learned work skills.
Why do you think the experts in the field of ASDs focus so intensely on the deficits and not on the strengths of autism?
Well, we need to be building up strengths. My ability in art was always encouraged. And I was encouraged to do lots of different kinds of art. If you got a third grader that's good at math and he can do a high school math book, let him do the high school math book. Don't hold them back.
I want to know why you think that so little attention has been paid to the sensory processing issues. What can we learn from those?
Well, I just heard about a brand new study that's been done up at in California, Dr. Wu, and they took children aged 4 through 12 that had speech delay, and they stayed in their regular programs, ABA or whatever the speech therapy the school was doing, and then they got an hour a day of sensory therapy where they did a lot of variety of stimulation, like walk on different kinds of flooring, smell different smells, do different activities in a mirror, big variety, always doing more than one sensory thing at a time. And it was done as a controlled experiment, where half the kids just got the regular treatment and the other half got this added sensory treatment. And they got some really big, significant improvements. And they made the point of using all very inexpensive things that would be in any house.
There's so much division in the autism community. How do you think we can all come together and find a common ground?
I think that merging Asperger's together with autism has made all of this worse, because you have a segment of very, very severely handicapped kids where they're never going to be able to live independently. That's a very different kind of situation than a mild Asperger's type of kid. You see, you're putting too many apples and oranges together. Every other diagnosis, like dyslexia, learning problems, ADHD, you've got a fully verbal kid. Only in autism right now are you getting a range going from, smart computer geek down to somebody that has very, very severe challenges. Now, I think the American Psychiatric Association originally figured the Asperger kids would get into this social communication category. That's not what's happening. Nobody's going into that because there's no funding for it.
As the most admired person in this field, and we are literally becoming an autism nation, what do you think the most important thing is for us to be aware of?
Well, there's a point where personality variants are just normal variation. I think a brain can be made more cognitive and thinking, or a brain can be made more social. Now, at what point does that become abnormal? There's no black and white dividing line. I'm getting concerned that what we're saying is abnormal is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Obviously, a child that has severe speech delay, that's an abnormality. But when you take the kids that are just kind of socially awkward, a lot of those kids are really smart. And then you got the person that's a total social butterfly. And let's think back to the caveman days. I don't think the social yak-yaks around the campfire made the first stone spear.
Dr. Grandin, thank you for inspiring all of us as parents and children.
Welcome back. We're so excited, and there's been lots of hubbub in the break because we have welcomed to the studio a wonderful young actress and entrepreneur, I guess, Lillian Carrier, and she is here with her wonderful service dog. This is Luke that she's here with. And so we did a little different configuration in our studio to try to make it comfortable for Luke. Of course, it's a very weird space for a dog, and Luke is a big dog.
He's a very big dog, yes.
So at some point he may want to, get on the floor. We'll see. But it was great fun to watch you guys come in here and you talk to him and get him up on the couch, and super duper fun. Of course, you know what they say about children and dogs. It's like everybody focuses on the dog, right? So, but I'm here to talk to you, but sometimes to talk about Luke. So I'm gonna. Luke is just so enticing. He's just absolutely beautiful. But Lillian is a wonderful actress. If you are not watching Everything's Gonna Be Okay. Now I always mess up the title of it but it's Everything's Gonna Be Okay.
Yes.
Because sometimes I say everyone's gonna be okay, or I don't know. I just mess it up. But it's Everything's Gonna Be Okay. Wonderful new hit show that's on Freeform. Freeform is a cable channel that it used to be Disney Family, then it changed to Freeform Disney. Now it's just Freeform, and their like buzz thing is that it just slightly leaning forward or something like that. It's shows with an edge. I think it's a little bit cutting edge, and this show is cutting edge. And so Lillian plays the character Drea.
Yeah.
On the show, who's a good friend of Matilda's, but you also have another role on the show. Tell us what else you do besides playing Drea.
I was brought on as a consultant on the show.
Okay,
Yeah.
And what exactly do you consult about?
Autism, specifically,
Yeah.
yes, and service dogs.
Wonderful. So tell us a little bit about you as an actress, and then we'll talk about when you auditioned for the show. When did you start acting?
So, I've always done youth theater, but this was, my first real, professional acting anything.
Well,
Yeah.
it's a pretty big first, I gotta say.
Yeah, it was a huge first. I went in thinking, there was nothing. I was just I'm gonna audition, it's gonna be fine. Just a fun thing to do. And then
Did you already have an agent, or did you go in without an agent?
No, I was not pursuing acting as a career. I just thought, I saw that they were auditioning autistic people for the role, and it was more I want to meet these people. I want to find out what they're doing.
Yeah.
And so I went in for the audition for that purpose and to have fun with it, right? I was I did youth theater. This could be a thing, and it led.
It was very brave and bold. I'm sure a lot of people looked at, first of all, where did you see it posted, or how did you find out about it, that they were looking for individuals on the spectrum?
My job coach, who was helping me figuring out what I wanted to do with my life, just came across it because she works with a lot of autism people, and they reach out with any opportunities, and she said you should. She basically talked me into it because when she first presented it to me, I was absolutely against it. And then she was like, "This is just go for the experience. You'll meet people. It's good executive functioning practice, and I think you'll just enjoy it."
I love that.
Yeah.
Are you glad that they talked you into it?
Oh, I'm so glad. It's been such a wonderful experience. Everyone there was so sweet and so nice.
Love it.
And I think this show has done a great job of presenting autism in such a nice way, and to start conversations about what all that stuff in that show means.
Yeah.
And
Crazy good. So you went to the audition, but you took Luke with you because he goes with you everywhere, right?
yeah. So to clarify, the audition was actually for Matilda in the pilot when I first auditioned. And when I went in and I met Josh Thomas.
Who is brilliant.
So brilliant, so nice, and I really feel like he nailed the voice of autism so well, and he truly understands us. Yeah, I went in and met him, and he, saw Luke, and absolutely fell in love with him. And then he was just, I saw him looking at him, and then he just looked at me, and he was like, autistic people can have service dogs? And I'm like, yeah, it's the thing, obviously, I have. And I explained to him a little bit about what they do and what he does for me. And he thought that was really interesting, and he said, I can see Matilda having a service dog. And I was like, oh, that would be really cool. Like, we'd have to talk about how well he gets on with Luke. And he's like, no, Luke would be Matilda's service dog. And I was like, oh, well, we could try that out. He's never done that. Like, he's not trained for that.
Yeah.
And then when I didn't end up getting the part, he gave me a call and was like, I don't want you to freak out. Like, I know you're a little upset, but if this goes to series, I'm writing you a part in the show. And that's how Drea came to be, and Duke as well.
And so he's called Duke on the show.
He's Duke on the show, yes. Because in the pilot, there's already established character named Luke.
Got it.
Who is Matilda's crush. So it would just be confusing to have two
I didn't think about
Lukes.
that. Of
Yeah.
course, that makes
So-
total sense. But I mean, I love that story that you went for the audition, and of course brought your dog, because that's what you do.
He goes everywhere with
and
me.
that you got cast and he got cast.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the best story ever, and a fun role too.
Such a fun role.
Yeah.
I was so excited, and like a lot of the autism side of it was based off of me as a person, because it was written for me. So it was really cool to be able to just feel free and be able to let those things go and not have to, hide all of those things in this character, right?
I love it. I love it. And so there's lots of different times when we see the interactions with Matilda and her friends, and in particular with you. And, you play a very pivotal role in terms of, talking with her and being her confidant for a lot of different things. And there's some stuff, like, people need to be watching this. And if you've missed, because the show debuted in January, so you've missed several episodes, but it's a half-hour show. You can get caught up really quickly. I know I was behind 2 weeks and I wanted to watch before you came in, and I went and watched it on Hulu. You can do that. But it plays on Thursday nights at 8:30, if I'm not mistaken, on Freeform.
So the 7th episode will be on tonight.
That's right. And I love that all of the episodes are named after bugs and spiders, because Josh Thomas's character is an entomologist on the show. And so there's that running theme through it, which I absolutely love. And I have theories about things, and I've had theories about things. But anyway, they're like the topics that you guys cover on that show. Whoo, you don't kid around.
They're big ones, yeah.
Whoo,
And
big.
they're very important ones that I feel like should be talked about more, that for some reason are taboo to touch. But he brings it out in such a comedic, fun way that also is heart-touching. And I feel like he makes those topics approachable, that you can watch that episode and then afterwards sit down with someone you love
and discuss
it.
And the stuff that there is nothing off the table. I mean, the first time that I saw it, and I, because I got to meet you, at AutFest, they debuted it for the autism community, just the first episode. And so they sent it to me ahead of time, because I was going to be the moderator for the panel. And I, it gets sent to you from Disney, and I expected to see something very Disney, right? And I started watching, I was like, this is Disney? Disney got all hip and cool and edgy, like edgy. We're not kidding around, edgy. And I remember telling my husband about it then, and then he was watching an episode with me a couple of weeks ago, and he went, wait a second, this is Disney? I mean, and to the point where one of the questions that I had, because with Matilda, with her storyline, and I don't want to give anything away, you guys need to go watch it, but she says she says, I'm budding sexually and I want to have a sexual experience. And she goes about that in a way, and then we see some things that come to fruition. And I was like, what was it like being on, because the girl who's playing Matilda is also identifies herself as being on the spectrum. And I was like, I want to know how this was dealt with on the set and how you guys make everything comfortable. Your character had a kiss with somebody, yes? And you're the consultant. Like, what was that like on the set?
So there was a lot of prior stuff that I sat down with Josh Thomas and talked about sensory stuff, which was a big thing for me specifically. I'm hyposensitive to touch, so I had to explain exactly how I like to be touched, what would cause a sensory overload and all that stuff, which also helped him create those characters.
Yeah.
And that is put into my characters specifically, that we went down to costuming to make it more comfortable for me. That if you notice from day one, Drea wears a compression shirt, which was for me as a person. I talked about how with my hyposensitivity, compression is really helpful in keeping me grounded and calm. And we discussed whether we wanted to hide that from the audience or show it, and we decided like this is a show about people with autism. Let's show it. So under every single outfit she wears, she has a compression shirt on. And
I guess I didn't realize that's what it was.
Yeah.
I thought that was just her style, but I wasn't thinking about it that's what that is. Interesting.
And then, we definitely, anytime there was intimacy or touching between the characters, I would discuss it with both the director and the other actors. And there was lots of discussion beforehand, and the other actors were very comfortable with saying the same things of what their needs were and talking with me and the directors and each other.
Which honestly is how it should be with everyone.
Yeah. I think definitely the other actors would say things like, I'm uncomfortable if you touch me here. Just like, there was always, everyone has those needs. So to just being able to vocalize and share that. And then, of course, anytime you got overwhelmed, 5-minute breaks were allowed. I definitely had a few times that I stepped out of the scene, because you see that scene, it's 3 seconds, but we, did it 5 to 6 times. That specific kiss or intimate moment, whatever it was.
Yes.
So.
Yes. We don't want to give too much away, but you should be watching it.
Yeah.
But I guess one of the things that I love about the show is that, normally when you're watching television and they sort of reveal something and you go, okay, well, that's going to have an arc of like 3 or 4 shows. And that's not the way Josh writes. It happens either in that moment or the next scene. There is no waiting until the next episode.
Yeah.
Stuff happens. He just like rockets through storylines and you find yourself going, whoo, and making noises. I literally make noises. I'm like, oh my goodness, and clutching the couch and doing things. It's exciting.
It's so exciting. It's so fast paced, and I feel like it's one of those shows that you can watch 6 times and get something new out of it every time, and different laugh points where you're laughing at something new each time that you didn't notice before. So many characters, so many things, and especially rewatching, you'll see characters pop up that had big moments later you didn't notice before.
Yes. I could see that.
Yeah, because you'll see characters that have big episodes later in the season that have been there from the beginning.
Yeah. It's so fascinating, and I got to be honest, because Josh is for you guys who don't know, we got to have him come on the show. He said he would. He's hilarious. He's an Australian comic, and he's done other shows, but I think this is his first big American show.
Yeah.
And he's writing it, and he's starring in it, and he's very involved in every aspect of it, and he is hilariously irreverent. Like, he says the things that people go, he didn't just say that, did he? And I guess he's like, because I got to spend time with you guys that day, and he seems to be that way in real life too. He's got a very interesting take on the world, and I just appreciate that he could have done a show about anything, but he decided to. The premise of the show, you guys, is that it's this half brother from Australia who comes to visit, and he's got these two sisters, and he ends up teenage stepsisters. He ends up having to really be their caregiver, and one of them is on the spectrum. That about encapsulates it, right? But hilarious and poignant. There's that old thing about I laughed, I cried. You really do. Every episode you laugh and you cry. Every single episode. And every single episode, there's something that takes my breath away. Just takes my breath away. See, I get emotional. But it's real. I talked about it when I came back after I saw it with the Autfest, and I said, oh, you guys, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to. Okay, so you were there, you're there as the consultant, and at what point, so he called you and said, I've written you a role. What point did he say to you, and I want you to be the on-set consultant?
So it was kind of gradual, that it started off that he found out how much knowledge I had, and that, what I did was, for a living, is help people with
Let's
understand
talk about that.
autism.
What do you do besides being a professional actress on a hit show?
Me and my mother and my sister founded a nonprofit called Autism. We developed this because it's geared toward adults transitioning from high school to whatever is their next step, or adults in their adult life who just need that little extra push or little extra help. Because reaching that age of 18 and graduating high school, and I tried every program out there. I tried mainstreaming in college. I tried college with help. I tried just going into supportive living services where I was in full-on housing, being taken care of, and then people came to my house to take care of me, and it seemed to be either geared toward you can do it on your own or you need 100% support. And there didn't seem to be that middle ground of like, I'm pretty capable, but I need a little extra help.
Yeah.
So we just were like, it's not out there, we can't find it, let's make it.
Awesome.
And that's kind of how it came to be. And then it's kind of grown in different directions as our clients have asked for things. And right now our main focus is social programming, that there is so much out there socially that people don't know how to find what is the right niche and is socially comfortable for autism. So we have been looking at places and activities that are sensory friendly, that are easy to navigate, and creating social programming where it's 100% people on the spectrum, plus a few people bring, a friend that they feel comfortable with. So there is, no sense of like I did something wrong, no one understands me, and they can have some sort of social life. We get people in their 20s, in their 50s, in their 80s, all seeking this out as something they've, not had enough of.
That's got to be very rewarding to see that you've created something that needed to be created. You filled a hole. Now, where do you do this? Where is this located?
This is currently located in Redondo Beach. We are now starting and planning some online stuff because we know it's wanted elsewhere, and we do hope to eventually expand once we can and be anywhere and everywhere we can, and hope that other people, take this up and do it too. But right now, we are housed in Redondo Beach.
What a wonderful thing, and what a wonderful platform. And now that you are on this show and have the ability, I'm sure it's going to open doors for you to be able to talk in places that maybe wouldn't have known about autism before. So what a wonderful thing. And also, just like you were able to educate Josh Thomas about an assistance dog, having you on the show with an assistance dog has got to be informing a whole lot of people about what that's like. For anybody who's listening and still doesn't understand what an assistance dog can do for someone like yourself, let's just talk specifically about you, because everybody's sort of different.
Yeah.
But how does Luke help you?
So there are two very specific things he's task trained to do. So one of them is deep pressure therapy. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, it's similar to like when you have a weighted blanket or a weighted vest or a nice hug. So having autism, when you have that sensory overload and you're not quite in your body, everything's painful.
Yeah.
It gives you, if you have pressure on certain pressure points, it just gives you something to focus on and pull you back into your body and able to calm down those sensory reactions.
Is it like a grounding sort of
Yeah.
thing? It grounds you?
So for me, it's he will either lay sitting down on my lap, or if I lay down, what's most helpful to me is on my chest, and he will lay right on my chest and give me that pressure wherever I am.
And is it sort of instantly you feel a little bit less anxiety?
It takes a little time because it's really about like pulling me back into my body and focusing on that one sensation instead of whatever sensation felt harmful to me. And then the other thing he does is when I reach, so that's preemptive before I reach that sensory overload. The other time is if I really do reach that sensory overload, I lose motor function and just freeze in place because it activates that fight or flight response. And if there's nothing to fight or flee because it's a sensory reaction, my body just shuts down and tells me, you're safe here, don't move, don't do anything. And I cannot move, which can sometimes not be safe for me.
Yeah.
So he's trained to grab my arm and pull me toward the nearest exit or what he perceives to be the safest place, which he usually finds like a cuddly, cozy blanket, he thinks, and at home is his bed.
Wow. So he'll help guide you to
He'll
his
guide
bed,
me,
and then the two of you will sit there
Yeah,
and
then
cuddle.
I can recover and get away from whatever was causing me that sensory reaction, yeah.
And how long have you and Luke been working together?
About 2 years, yeah.
And is your life better because he's in your life?
He has made a huge difference. Yeah, it's made me feel safer to be able to go places without, a parent or a friend. And I can go places without telling people that I have autism and I need this and I need you to know that if this happens, because he can just take care of it. I can step out. And then step back in and just be myself rather than feeling like I need to be taken care of.
And just knowing that he's with you, is that sort of like a comfort in and of itself?
I mean, it's always nice to have a friend by you every day, right? Someone you can rely
someone
on.
who's as beautiful as he is. I mean, I'm sure he walks in the room and I'm sure he lights up the room. Everybody wants to talk to him.
I mean, he's made socializing easier. People approach me and ask me about him, and then if I approach them and just say something about him, it creates something to start a conversation.
Yeah.
And it's just oftentimes you walk into the room and it just creates a happier mood for people. He's definitely something on set that people look forward to.
Absolutely.
Having there, yeah.
I can only imagine. But we should say that is what he does for you, and that for other people, their assistance dogs
all do
do other
different
things. And some people have a companion dog, which is an entirely different thing, correct?
Yes. So service dogs have legal rights and they're trained specifically to be able to go everywhere. There's also emotional support animals. That is more of a therapy thing, an emotional thing, and they're not legally allowed everywhere or trained to be everywhere. But if you ask permission, a lot of times people will let you have an emotional support animal everywhere. But again, they are not specifically trained, so they will sometimes bark or run around or do things where you see he has been quiet and just laying in the corner and trying not to be noticed, which is what more of a service dog is trained to do.
And I have to say, because it's so hard, because the outside world looks at people and we all place judgments on things. And I look at you and I see this incredibly brave young woman, incredibly capable, incredibly wise, and a real advocate for the community, and a real role model. But we all know that somebody can look like everything is going well, and yet it feels differently on the inside, right? I had to explain to somebody yesterday that I'm shy. And they were like, Shannon, you can't possibly be. You talk all the time. I'm like, that has nothing to do with what it feels like on the inside for me. But so just maybe a little bit of insight for the people who are watching. Is this comfortable for you, or is this a little bit of a push for you?
This is comfortable for me because this is a topic I know. This is something I speak about all the time. But if you were to bring me in to talk about something different, I'd probably be more nervous, think I'd say something wrong. Social situations can definitely be hard for me. I have huge executive functioning problems, and I have to like work really hard to do it right, because it definitely being an actress, there's so many things with executive functioning that I had
Give
to...
them a little clue of like an example of what that might be that would be
So,
hard.
for example, your schedule is different every day, and you have to be on that. You have to show up on time, otherwise everything's thrown off,
Yeah.
right? So if you have an 8 o'clock call time and you show up at 10 o'clock,
Yeah.
they can't film. Like,
Yeah.
it's just a problem.
Yeah.
So, and you only get the times 24 hours in advance.
Yeah.
If.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you're at your hotel
Yeah.
and they slide it under the door to tell you what time you're supposed to be there tomorrow.
Yeah, and then you have every scene is different, and you have a bunch of things to remember. You're blocking your lines, your interactions, while on top of getting it all in sequential order, because we did not film in the order that you see on
Right.
the screen. So there's a lot of things that you have to do and prepare, and so that was a lot of stuff that I had notebooks planned beforehand, color coding everything, so it was all completely ready. And I did share, I think it was episode 5, the party entrance scene. I had completely the wrong script for that
Oh, no.
scene. I came in, I was saying different lines, everyone was so confused.
Oh, dear.
And it took us a while to figure out that I just hadn't, kept up with my executive functioning and gotten that right. But it was fine. I got the new script and was able to memorize it.
Wow.
Because there are updates frequently on
Yeah.
the writing.
Yeah. They'll rewrite.
Yeah.
But now, so do you have to do that all by yourself, or does somebody help you to be able to manage all of that?
So I hired my sister. It doesn't necessarily have to be my sister, but for this show it was my sister who definitely helped me with it. That she drove me to make sure I was on time. She made sure that I did have the lines I needed, and she got me water and made sure there were things, and she made sure he went to the bathroom and all that, because I couldn't do the executive functioning for Luke and me at the same time during that. So she did do that for me.
That's awesome.
And and I hope that I can continue to hire someone to do that stuff for me, but it does cost money.
Yeah.
I know she would have probably, as my sister, done it for free, but she was working really hard, and she does need to have her own job.
Yeah. Well, I think it's
So-
notable that anybody who is doing that level of work, especially doing consulting at the same time. So you had multiple jobs going on.
did have multiple jobs.
They all have assistants. So because that would be hard for anybody, and especially if that's already an area where you have some needs, then I'm so glad you took care of yourself.
Yeah.
And said, I got to have some support here. That's really the key. And here's what I see is that even when I was catching up on some of those episodes last night and seeing some of the situations, and my mind was just sort of blown, because we're seeing more and more that studios and directors are saying, I've got a character who's on the autism spectrum. I want to audition actors, and I want to see if there are actors who can do this, right? And they're finding the actors, which is wonderful. We're all excited
so
about that.
wonderful.
But there is still some trepidation on the studio's part that we've been hearing about, that but will they be able to handle this kind of a circumstance? And I got to say that you and Kayla are showing them that absolutely that you guys are handling. I was so excited for you guys last night. Looking at some of those later episodes where you have those kinds of things going on. It wasn't just talking about, there was physical stuff happening. And to hear that you guys were taking care of yourselves, both as women, but also as people who have different sensory needs, I'm really proud of you guys. What an amazing example for all of us.
Oh, it's amazing, and I love that they went with authentic casting from lead to background actor. Anything written in the script, any character with autism was played by someone with autism, and my favorite scene representing that is episode 2, classroom scene. Every single actor in that scene was autistic.
Wonderful.
From all of the classroom.
Well, That right there is a reason enough to support the show and watch it. But I guarantee if you watch it, you're going to find yourself shocked. Get ready. You're going to be shocked every single episode. You're going to get emotional every single episode. You're going to laugh every single episode. Sometimes you're going to be like, I don't think I should be laughing at that. But you're not going to be able to help yourself because Josh throws it out there. And then even, amongst the characters, he'll be like, what? That's not funny? He is, I don't want to say evil genius, let's just say genius, but he's a mastermind at getting us to see things in a different way. So unfortunately, we're out of time, but it's been so lovely to have you come here and to meet Luke. And if people want to be watching Everything's Gonna Be Okay tonight at 8:30 on Freeform, go to your local listings, see where it is, go get caught up on the first episodes. Write to me and tell me, but you're going to be shocked. I'm just going to tell you, get ready. It's edgy, but it's brilliant. And I love it. I just love it. And have from minute one. So check that out on Freeform. I'm supposed to tell you who we have on the show, but I don't remember who we have on the show. We're doing an oldie but a goodie tomorrow of Let's Talk Autism with Shannon and Nancy. That's why I don't remember. So tune in, and then next week on Monday, I'm just going to tell you, we got a big show. You're not going to want to miss it. Bonnie Yates and Justin Leaf are both going to be here. So really incredible show on Monday, plus a great week next week. Until then, give your kiddos a hug from me and one for you too. Bye-bye for now.
The advice and opinions expressed by the host of Autism Live and her guests are meant solely as suggestion and should not be in any way construed as child-specific advice. Any choices you make in determining your child's treatment are completely at your own discretion.
Good morning and welcome to Autism Live. I'm Shannon Penrod, and the rumors that we were doing a live show this morning were not rumors. They were in fact true. Sorry, we're getting a little bit of a late start here this morning because it happens. Ask them over at Netflix. It happens. We're excited though to be here live again. We haven't been doing a lot of live shows the last couple of weeks because we had so much programming from the 44-hour podcastathon. We were re-airing that and we all needed a breath here. And we wanted to make sure that you guys saw that really good content, but we're back in the swing. We are doing live shows, and today is a perfect example of that. Good morning, our journey, Cameron's New Life. So thrilled to be here with you live. That's an example of how you guys can participate. If you're watching us live right now on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, or about a dozen other sites, Traven, our fabulous Traven, is going to show you in just a second some of the different ways that you could be watching us live and some of the ways that you could be watching us in other ways too. But if you're watching us live, you can be writing in right now on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, and it shows up magically here in my screen. That's how I just said hello to our journey, Cameron's New Life. So, and we love interaction. Interaction is the most fun thing that we do here. We want to know that the content that we're putting out gets to you guys, and that you may not agree with it. It might fire you up. There's a lot we're going to be talking about today. I hope you get fired up with me. I'm fired up. But we want you to ask questions. We want to know what kinds of things that you're looking forward to watching on the show, because our whole goal here is to provide information and inspiration. So we hope that you'll participate. Want to let you know too, as Traven gets around to showing you like all these places where you can watch us live and where you can watch us recorded as a podcast. We are every place that you can download a podcast. We're there, iHeartRadio, Spotify, all these different places. So we hope that you're catching up on shows that maybe you haven't seen in the last 12 years that we've been doing this. Just 12 years, short walk around the block, right? But we hope that you're searching topics too to see if there's something that's already been covered on our show by an expert or someone, talking about it from their point of view. We always say here that for this show, our goal is to reach that larger autism community. That starts, of course, with individuals who are on the autism spectrum themselves, of course, right? Because they're the beating heart of our community. But we also include in that group everyone who loves those individuals, everyone who wants to be supportive, to be a good ally, be a good accomplice to folks that are on the spectrum. Because I know firsthand that there are things that I don't know that I want to know. As you guys know, if you watch the show, I identify as a pony. I love saying that still, it hasn't worn off. I am a parent of a neurodiverse individual. Those are the words that he has given me that I can use to describe myself, because that's what I am, a parent of a neurodiverse individual. The way I have described myself has changed vastly over the years. My son was diagnosed over 17 years ago. He's now about to be 20. He was 2.5 at the time. And I use different words then. So the one thing I will say is if you're going back through the archives, sometimes you will hear me say things that I don't say anymore because I would like to think that I have grown and learned, right? Which we should all be growing and learning, right? To be the best possible advocates, the best possible allies, and to be the best possible accomplices. I love Amy Gravino's talk on being an accomplice. Our journey, Cameron's New Life, says we're dealing with a lot of self-injurious behavior. It's very hard to experience. Yes, self-injurious behavior. We're going to touch on that a little bit today, but just a smoosh. But I got to say, self-injurious behavior, when that is happening, it is critical that you get professional eyes on that. So I know you've been through the ringer with getting services, but I would call your insurance company today and tell them that they have to get you a BCBA. That I know you have coverage for that, so they need to find you a BCBA, and that you need to talk to somebody today because your child is engaging in self-injurious behavior. That is not something that you can let go. That's not something I can advise you to let go. It's not something that I can tell you how to fix it because it's so specific with self-injurious behavior, and it could be that it's serious. I don't want to say could be, it is serious. When somebody is injuring themselves or other people, it is serious. So, but it could be life-threatening serious. That's what I was sort of pussyfooting around, but let's say it. So I want you to promise me that you're going to put in a call today and say, I need help today. And let me know that has happened, okay? Because that's really serious, and I'm going to be worried for you and for him. So let's, we're keeping you in our thoughts and our prayers. I know that it's difficult, but you got to get some help today, okay? But in addition to having said that, we are going to be talking a little bit today about an area that is, I would say, pretty incendiary, that people get very hepped up. I'm hepped up about this topic, and I get hepped up. She says, okay, he's biting me, hitting himself in the head. Okay, so you got to get some help for that, because there's lots of different reasons why he's biting you. That's communication, and why he's hitting himself in the head. I don't know why. I don't know why, and I would say to you, it's likely that maybe you have a suspicion, but you don't know why. And there are very specific reasons why people hit themselves in the head. It's not okay. And I am someone who, as a parent, when my son was younger, he would throw himself on the floor and start hitting his head on the kitchen floor. Hitting the head, very specific. But if I were to say to you, oh, it could be this or it could be that, who knows? You got to have an expert. Okay, I'm sending you a hug. Right? And if you need to, reach out to me, okay? Let's make sure that you get the help that you need today. And that goes for anybody else who's going through that. The truth of the matter is that all behavior is communication, right? And something is being communicated, but if you don't have the decoder ring to figure out what's being communicated, then we run the risk of doing something that could make it worse. And we can't afford that when it's self-injurious behavior, right? Because he could hurt himself badly in a way that's permanent. So let's not Okay, email me. Wonderful. She says I won't email you. All right, wonderful. So I want to say that we have lots of experts on the show, as you know, but on Mondays, typically we do a parent-to-parent talk, and I'm the one who's usually doing the talk, although we're going to have some other people guesting soon. And I'm a parent. I'm not an expert in the field of autism. I'm somebody who's been in this chair for a really long time, over 12 years in this chair covering autism and talking to experts, which, you know, that doesn't make me an expert. It makes me somebody who has an informed opinion. Sure, I'll go with you there, but I'm not an expert. So, but I do think that what is valid and why we call these parent to parent is that there is a portion of this that I've had experts here, and I'm going to continue to have experts talking to you about stimming, and it's important to get their point of view on it too. But sometimes you need to hear it from the social emotional person who's been through it and who's talked to a lot of other parents. That's what we're doing here. This is not supposed to take the place of advice from an expert, but just try to give you a place where you can come as a parent and get good information from another parent who takes into consideration what it feels like to be a parent, which is different than what it feels like to be the person on the spectrum, right? Yep, big hug. So we are going to talk today about stimming and the 10 things that I think that every parent should know about stimming. And I want to start with everybody take a deep breath, because it may be that the things that I'm going to say about stimming are not the things that you thought I was going to say about stimming. I can hear all of my friends who are on the spectrum going, wait a second, why do you get an opinion about this? Stay, listen to what I have to say, and then see if you don't agree with what I'm saying. I would love to know, because I always want to be a good ally, right? So let's launch into this. And I don't know if you can see my little subheading on it. It's 10 things every parent should know about stimming, because everyone does it, including you. We all stim. So let's get launched right into this PowerPoint, because the first thing that I want us all to know, oops, I clicked the wrong one, is everyone stims. Absolutely everybody stims. Let's back up the bus a little bit and talk about what stimming is, because this is a hot button for me. When my son, he hadn't yet been diagnosed. We were a couple of weeks away from being diagnosed, and they sent me to get an evaluation from this place and it was I think she was an occupational therapist. And they also had speech and language pathologists there too, but she was just doing an evaluation about what kinds of things that he was doing. And it was the first person that I was sent to that I could actually ask some questions, right? And at one point she said to me, did I have any questions? And at that moment, he started doing something. And at the time, I don't even remember what it was, but it was something that I didn't understand. So I said to her, I said, what is that thing that he's doing and why is he doing it? And she said, oh, he's stimming. That's what he's doing. He's stimming. And I said, well, what is that and why is he doing it? And you know what? That was a good question. And she glossed right over that thing. And she said, oh, well, it's stimming and it doesn't really have a purpose. Wrong answer. Total wrong answer from the first expert that I ever met about stimming. Now, does that mean we throw her away and go, she knows nothing? No, she knew some good things, right? She gave me some information that helped me to go places to get more help. But in this aspect, she didn't know what she was talking about. And you know what should have been my first clue? Was that when I said, what is stimming? She kept saying to me, it's stimming. She couldn't tell me what STIM stood for. And what stimming is, it's a phrase that people use all over the place, and it's short for self-stimulatory behavior, but it's often used incorrectly. And as soon as I knew, when I talked to like 3 other experts, and I was like, what is stimming? It's self-stimulatory behavior. And I remember going, I don't think he's doing that to stimulate himself. I think he's doing that to calm himself down. And there we are. There is the rub, that when people say stim, often they're using the term wrong, but we're going to discuss it because that is the term that people use. But I want you guys to know that really what we're talking about is automatically reinforced behavior. And that is not without a purpose. Just the other day on Facebook, I saw an expert saying something about how, stimming, it's behavior without a purpose. Wrong. That's just wrong. When we engage in a behavior and we do it over and over and over again, we do it for a reason. There is no random, there is no weird, there is no odd. There is a reason. It's just that the reason may not be known to us on the outside. That doesn't mean that there isn't a reason. You ever watch somebody do something and go, I wonder why they're doing that? I can't tell. Just somebody's license plate. I would love to go up to people and go, what does your license plate mean? Right? I don't automatically assume when I see, a pattern of letters, I go, oh, it's just random. It's just random, right? I don't assume that. I want to know what the story is behind it. We should all be that curious about self-stimulatory behavior and automatically reinforced behavior. Now, for the rest of this talk, I'm going to talk about stimming, but I want us all to know that what I'm really talking about is that automatically reinforced behavior, that there is some reason why I'm doing it. It's an inside job. I know what it is. It's serving a purpose for me, which is why I'm doing it. But I may not have shared that information with you. I may not be able to share that information with you. I may not be able to even put it into word terms for myself, but I'm doing it for a reason, right? There is a reason. And we all of us do this. When people say, well, we need to get rid of the stimming, I'm like, what planet are you on? Because we stim for a reason and we all do it. Often the people who are like, well, we need to stop that stimming behavior are sitting there and doing something like this, or they're playing with a scoosh on their desk. They're bouncing their leg, or, oh my gosh, the people with the long hair. Like, there's a whole culture of girls who just play with their hair while they're talking to you. And let me tell you about this. That girl is engaging in that behavior for a reason. Are there some self-stimulatory, automatic reinforcing behaviors that other people do that drive you crazy? Yes. Yes, there are. And what do we do? When I see a girl and she's playing with her hair, especially in a business situation, I want to say, can we stop that? But that's not appropriate. That's not my business to tell her what she can and cannot do, right? But does it drive me bonkers? For sure. Too bad. That's my problem, not her problem. But, tell that girl who's like playing with her hair endlessly and talking and doing the thing with her hair and whatever, that it's perfectly okay for her brother to rock when he's in public. And she's like, he has to stop that. Drives me crazy. We all stim. There are reasons why we stim. Okay? So be aware of the fact that for parents, that when you are talking about your child's automatic reinforcing, their stimming, think about what yours is, and would you want someone to rip that away from you? No, because it serves a purpose. So we got to be mindful of that. Okay, I did it again. I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, so I mentioned this, that stimming serves a purpose. The behavior analysts call this the function of a behavior. You probably couldn't hear it, but I'm bouncing my leg right now, right? It serves a purpose. I'm nervous because, I just covered that on the last slide. That wasn't the best thing I could have done. So that comes out of my leg that's bouncing. Is it okay? You can't see it. It's not really interrupting anything. It's perfectly okay that that's what I'm doing. I was watching Ted Lasso last night, and he's doing the things with his thumbs. Right? That's what he does. Stimming serves a purpose. Now, sometimes it's to calm us down. Sometimes it's to soothe us. Sometimes it's to stimulate us so that we can get, ready for something. Sometimes it's because we're in pain, or we feel dizzy, or we're hungry, or we're tired. I mean, we do it. It helps us to concentrate. The executive who clicks his pen, helps him to create and come up with ideas. But it all has a purpose. All of it has a purpose. And once we get into that mindset, we can look at it in a different way. It serves a purpose. So if it serves a purpose, before attempting to change or eliminate a stim, you should consider what its purpose is and if it's harming anyone. So when I meet new parents who have kids that have recently been diagnosed, and I'll say to them, What questions do you have for me? What are you worried about? What are your concerns? What's going on, right? And usually it'll take us a little while to wind down to what we're concerned about, but somewhere in the middle of all that, I will hear from parents, well, my child can't speak and that's, really worrying me because I was planned on talking to my child, right? And I have feelings about that. And I tell them, yep, you're gonna have feelings about that. Let's get busy let's make sure that your child can communicate, whether it's speech or something else. Let's give your child functional communication, right? They will talk about what we were just talking about with our journey, Cameron's New Life, that their child might be engaging in behavior that hurts them or others. That's very, very concerning. They might talk about their child not sleeping, right? But at some point they will say something like, and they're doing this thing, whatever it is that they do kind of repetitively. And, I'll hear there's a whole spectrum of responses to it. Either it's driving me crazy, or it's going to make them stick out in it and they're going to be made fun of, right? At some point, the parent expresses concern about this behavior and it's tied to what the parent feels. I think it's really important to acknowledge that. Let's not poo-poo it. Let's not guilt anybody. You have your feelings. Your feelings are your feelings. But before we go in and say we're going to change that behavior, let's acknowledge that. Let's acknowledge that, first of all, that it's serving a purpose for them and that you're having feelings with it. And sometimes we need to go in and change a behavior because if they're hitting themselves in the head, that's not a behavior that we can say, let's let it ride, right? So I always think it's important that when we're talking about these STEM behaviors, let's look at it and go, what's the purpose of it? And is it harming anyone or anything? Now, this is a very nuanced question because if they're hitting themselves in the head, easy. We go, no, that's a behavior we can't stick with, right? But then we get into the ones that are harder, that maybe your child is flapping their hands. And you're like, it looks a certain way to other people and, they got made fun of at the family reunion, and what's going to happen when they're in 3rd grade, right? And a lot of people, especially a lot of self-advocates will tell you, this is what they're doing to calm themselves down, so leave it alone. And to a certain extent, I will agree to a certain extent, but if this is somebody that wants to communicate, is it preventing them from being able to communicate in all the forms of communication there are? Because if this is a 1st grader and we're trying to teach them how to hold a pencil to write their name, right? Are they able to do that, or do they constantly have to shake their hands? Because then we might say, okay, I don't want to take the shaking the hands away, but I want them to be able to hold a pencil so that they can move on to being able to write their name, being able to answer questions, being able to type, eat. If all they can do is flap their hands, then is it going to get in the way of something else? Right? So we have to put it through this litmus test of, is it harming them or someone else? Because if it isn't harming anybody, maybe we don't want to even deal with it right now. Maybe later on, if we see that it's harming their ability to do something else, then we can take steps that are kind and considerate of the individual, because that is at the core of everything here. Okay, so here's my little cautionary tale here, that you should never seek to change or eliminate a STEM without teaching/creating a different way for the individual to meet the need that the STEM was giving. All right, this just makes sense, right? If I am flapping my hands, and if I accept that there is a reason why I am flapping my hands, and we decide, well, the flapping of the hands is preventing this person from being able to eat. Therefore, we need to work on this a little bit. We can't just say, well, let's stop the hand flapping. That is not the way you get this done. If there is a purpose behind the hand flapping, what we need to do is we need to identify first of all, what is it giving them? And can we give this to them in another way that meets the need, but doesn't prevent them from doing the things that they want to do? Any other attempt to deal with these kinds of behaviors is first of all, not going to be successful, because if I need that, then if you try to take it away, I'm going to be stealthy about it, but I'm still going to get my need met because it's a need. It's not a desire. It's not a hope. It's a need, right? So I'm not going to be successful if I don't look at it this way, but it's also cruel. It's cruel to say to somebody, oh, I see that you're doing that to calm yourself down, but we're going to stop that right now. You know why? Because it makes me nervous. Or it's preventing you from eating, but still, if it's a need, it has to be met. All right? So that's why we got to know what the function of this stim is first. And as we said from the beginning, it's an inside job. I might have to be really stealthy, put on my Sherlock hat and try to figure out what do I think the need is that's being met here. But then I can teach other ways to get the need met. This is so important to me. We should all be more tolerant of people's STEM behaviors. It's called perspective taking. So a few years ago, I love to watch Big Brother. Do you guys watch Big Brother? In the summer, they always lock up a bunch of people into a house and they put cameras on them, and it's just ridiculous television, and I thoroughly enjoy it. And many years ago, there was this young gentleman who was on, who did not disclose his diagnosis, and he went on to win the show. And I loved that because I looked at him and I went, oh, I think he's part of our family, but I don't know because I don't diagnose, right? But he seems like he's part of our family. You know what I mean? He's one of us, one of our tribe. And I was so excited for him, and it's a social game, and he won. So I thought that was really, really clever. And then after he won, he openly disclosed that he was on the autism spectrum and said, I didn't want to say while I was in there because I didn't want it to become about that. And, and look, I went on to win. Woo, we celebrated. So then they have the All-Stars, and they invite all these people back that have been on the show before, and they invite Ian back on the show. But now everybody knows. And it was just fascinating to me to see how people dealt with him, and it made me furious. And there was a firestorm on the internet about it because people would put themselves in other bedrooms and they would say, oh, did you see what he was doing? It was so weird. He was rocking. Did you see when we were in the meeting and he was rocking? I can't believe, it just makes me nervous. I don't know what to do when he's rocking. And meanwhile, back at the ranch, then the producers were very clever. They would go to a shot of them all sitting on the couch together, and there's Ian, and he's rocking, right? But he's not bothering anybody, really. He's not touching anybody. He's not hurting anybody. It was just this girl who was like, it's so weird. Meanwhile, they show her, and she has her legs crossed and is bobbing her leg like it is a metronome. And she's like, it's so weird. It's so weird that he's rocking. And I thought, I'll be honest with you, I really did not care for her. I'm still not going to like her. But here's what happened after that, is that the internet went after her, and she lost jobs because of her saying that. And people pointed out, there was your leg bobbing, and that makes me feel weird and odd. And she more than got it back. It's not good for anybody. When we see people that are engaging in behavior, we need to put it through a filter about who are we and what are we doing? And what's your stim? And who does it drive crazy? Listen, there are people who watch this show and they write in and they will say things to me. And I think, oh, karma. Because I engage in behavior on this show, and sometimes it's making people crazy. And other people don't mind it. But we all need to be a little bit more mindful of the fact that that person is doing that because it's important for them, right? And not be in judgment of them, because when we are in judgment of them, it's gonna come back around to us. And that I said over the weekend, what happened to the phrase, do unto others as you would have them do unto you? Where did that go in life? It's so funny to me that we talk all the time about how folks on the spectrum have trouble perspective taking. Excuse me. I think that neurotypical people, myself included, sometimes it's us having trouble with the perspective taking. So not only do I say to parents, do we need to be mindful and more tolerant of our children's stims, but we need to teach that to other people. And so when somebody comes to you, when the teacher comes to you and says, oh, well, your child is doing, and we can't have stimming behavior, that we come from a place of educating that teacher. Somebody asked me recently at a conference, they're like, what do you say to a parent when they're saying, oh, we've got to stop this stimming behavior? And this is what I would say to a teacher who's saying that, is what I do is I look to try to see what they are doing, because it's all visible. We're all stimming all the time, and I'll say to them, oh, well, it's like what you're doing right there with your foot. Maybe we should work on that. Have you thought about changing that? I don't think you should be doing that anymore. And they go, oh, and they're affronted. That's how we all need to feel about saying that somebody's stim should just stop. It's not appropriate. It's rude. It's rude. So let's not do that. Okay. Some stims don't need to be changed or eliminated, but it might be appropriate to set guidelines about when, where, and how often the behavior can be engaged in. This is super important, because some of you, and Brian, I see you've written, and I'm going to get to your question in just a second. Some of you are going to, it's real when somebody is doing something that makes you crazy, right? My son used to walk around my house and go dog, 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 till I thought that I was going to take my eyeballs and scratch them on a stucco wall. Because you just are like, I can't handle it anymore. It hits your sensory things. And there are some behaviors that people need to engage in that we're not going to be able to meet the need another way, not the same need. We can work and have it be close, but sometimes it's easier to say to somebody, yes, you can do that. It's just there's a time and a place that's appropriate, and other times and places that aren't appropriate. One of the great things about folks on the spectrum is that they tend to, I don't want to generalize, but a lot of them tend to be very rule governed, and in a great way, which is very socially enlightened if you think about it. So, we would say to somebody, well, it's not appropriate to take your pants off in public, right? You can't expose yourself. And that's a rule that we can give people who are on the autism spectrum. We can say, oh, we don't take our pants and our underwear off in public, but you can absolutely do it in the bathroom. And we start with things like that. I always love to use the example of Temple Grandin and her mom, because Temple still talks about how there was a metal plate on her bed that she loved to spin and turn. And I've had many conversations with her and said, why? Like, what was the thing with the metal thing on the bed? And she says, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Like, it's so, have you tried it? And she says, you turn it and you move it depending on where the light is in the day, like, it changes colors. And if you go fast, there's different colors. And if you go slow, there's different colors. And if you turn the direction, and if it's morning or it's, night, like, it's constantly changing. She says, it's really amazing. You should take a look at it. And instead of, her mother noticed it and saw that she was doing it and didn't say, that's it, Temple. I know it's visually exciting to you, but you can't have it anymore. What she said was, you can do that 1 hour a day, but the rest of the day, you got to be studying, and you got to be drawing horses, and you got to be mucking the stall. And she found a nice mix of things that she knew that Temple was really into, and other things that where it would make her grow and that she would learn new things. But she didn't say, you can't ever do that. And, I don't know, I need to ask you, Stacia, if it was just arbitrary an hour a day, or, did they sort of work it out and figure out what was the right amount to hold her? Because if it's not, and I think that's our next one, is it's still important that the need of the stim be fully met for the individual. So, for Temple, at some point, they did figure out that an hour a day was enough for her to have the need met. Think about some of the things that you kind of love to do compulsively. I don't know about you, but I'm playing this really stupid game on my phone that I started playing last fall when I was laid up with COVID, and I had to find something to do that would keep me, resting, but keep me involved. And I started playing this stupid game, and I'm still playing it. But I can't play the game all day. But I enjoy coming home after work, and when it's time to go to bed and wind down, I enjoy playing the game on my phone for a reasonable amount of time, right? It's very calming to me, but I could never do what I do in a day if I was playing it all day long, right? And that's what Eustacia looked at Temple and said. But I think it would be hard at this point if I just went cold turkey and said, I'm not going to play the game at all, right? Because it's part of my regimen for keeping myself calm and centered right now. Don't automatically assume anything. When we're looking at STEM behavior, you want to try to figure out what the function is and how the person can continue to get that need met without it disrupting their life. Not yours. Keep yourself out of it, right? Their life. What are they learning? How are they learning? If all, like somebody wrote in the other day and said that their child likes to spit on their hands and play with the spit. This is very common. We hear this tale all the time. The problem is if they're in second grade and they're playing with the spit on their hands, first of all, they're not focused on the lesson, right? Second of all, we live in the world of COVID. That's a bodily fluid. They're going to get kicked out of that classroom, right? It's not going to conform to what the safety standards are to be spitting and playing with it and getting it all over your hands. And then third, socially, the other kids are going to start to make fun of this person. That's not the reason to change it. It isn't. It's a consideration of what this child's life is like, and it's a consideration of what these little hoodlums who want to bully him are like, and what the teacher should be doing to circumvent that. But the other two things are the two things that are important. If they're playing with the spit in their hands, they're not learning. They're not focused on the lesson. I'm assuming that may not be true, but for sure, there is a health concern right now because of COVID. They're going to get moved to a classroom where they're isolated, which might not be a good thing for this individual. But there is a sensory need that needs to be met. Now, this child might be somebody that we can say, put those guidelines and say, you can only do this when you get home from school, and then you have to wash your hands. And that might be enough for this child. But for some children, that sensory need might be so great that they still are doing it in the classroom. One of the things that I recommended to the parent who wrote to us is that they make these, if we find that it's a tactile thing, they make these silky blankets that they're really small. Sometimes they're stuffed animals, even that vibrate. That kids often, it has the same feeling of the silkiness of the spit. For other kids, it's a visual stim. And they want to see, the rainbows, the colors in their spit when you stretch it. I know it's one of those things, like I never would have thought of that before, but I've talked to so many people and they're like, oh no, look, when you take water, like the kids who splash, sometimes it's the way it feels, but sometimes it's the colors. If you ask Wyatt Jackson, who paints all the time and he loves to splash, and he says, because I get to see the colors, all the colors. He's a painter and he's seeing the colors. So for those, we're going to look at it lots of different ways. We might be able to get the need met with something else. Sometimes there are those fidget spinners that have, what am I trying to say? It's like the surface of a CD. It's like a prism, and they will flash different colors. Some of them actually even light up, right? We find something that works for the individual so that they can stay doing what they really want and need to do. Okay, I'm going to stop for just a second and read Brian's question. Good morning, Shannon. Looking great. Well, the hair, there's not much we can do with it at this point, right? Our son is stepping into summer soon. After 8 months kinder time at Montessori schools, we are lining up Montessori math tutor, and he thought he's going to be so bored because he didn't get into summer school club. Oh, that bites. I hope he does not regress. Sadly, I expect it will happen. And they say that their version is endless verbal scripting. We simply cannot reach him. Pushy interruption to stop it is a no, or a meltdown will occur. This hurts him socially bad. The stimming is endless repetition of his nonsense words, or start to end many times a video solar system learning song. Oh, okay. So interesting. First of all, I share your concern about the summer thing. I don't know which day it is. It might be next week, or sometime in May. We're doing the parent-to-parent talk about summer and how to get the most out of summer. But I will tell you that it's vital that he not be bored. Absolutely vital that he not be bored. I also am wondering. well, we're not that far in our autism journey with Elijah. We're not that far in, so don't worry. But I'm wondering, Brian, because I don't remember, but if he's kinder, is he ever, I don't know, cognitively, tell me if, are you able to ask him about the things that he's saying? Or is he too busy saying them to respond to them? And what happens, and this is a very interesting choice, but what happens if you repeat what he says? Does it interrupt his pattern? I would be very cautious about doing that because sometimes it makes kids angry. If they're saying something and you repeat it, it can cause an anger response. So do it sparingly. But I'm wondering, because I will tell you that my son was somebody who vocally stimmed. And this is not necessarily the case with your son. Let's just be honest about this everybody's different, right? But I'm telling you this just because it was interesting later on to say to him, what was that? And he said that the noises made noises in his head. And that if there were no noises in his head, or there were noises that he couldn't decipher, that that he could make the noises in his head and it would make the other, the other noises recede. So that then he wouldn't have to try to figure out what they were, right? It was a way of controlling what he was hearing. So, and I remember the day that Peter Farrig sat with him, because I thought, because I understand, he was being and about to be bullied harshly at school, and they were talking about not having him be in the classroom that he ended up in, the mainstream classroom, because he was making all these noises. He sounded like R2-D2 is what he sounded like. But Peter sat there with him, and Jem made the noise, and then Peter made the noise, and Jem, got affronted and was not happy about it. And then Peter made the noise and said, "Did you hear me make that noise?" Now, we had already worked through perspective taking with sensory issues with him. So we already had that precursor in. But so Peter said to him, did you hear me when I did that? And Jen was like, "Yeah, I heard you." And Peter said, "Okay, now I'm going to make that noise, and I'm going to make it inside my head, and tell me if you can hear it." And so Peter made the noise, and he kind of did something with his eyebrows. In his head, he made the noise. And he said to Jem, "Did you hear me?" And Jem said, "No." "Did you make the noise?" And he said, "Yeah, but I did it inside my head." And he said to Jem, "Can you do that?" And Jem thought about it for a second, and then Jem kind of did something, and he said to Peter, "Did you hear that?" And Peter said, "No, I didn't hear that." And Peter said to Jem, "Did you know that you could be doing that inside your head all the time? And if nobody else can hear it, it doesn't bother anybody else." And Jem kind of was like, "What?" and then most of the noises went away. It was only in extreme times that when he was extremely happy or extremely, concerned about something, that we would hear the noises again. So I do want to say to you, there's something going on that it's worth looking at to figure out, is he bored? Is he finding, if you put headphones on him to close out the rest of the world and the rest of the noises, does he still script? Because that would be a clue, right? That he's doing it regardless of what he's hearing. But if you put the headphones on and he doesn't script anymore, then that would suggest to me that at least has something to do with sensory overload from what he's hearing. But there could be lots of different reasons why. But I would also want to look at yeast. And remember, I'm not an expert. But we should talk sometime. Okay, so he doesn't respond. He doesn't accept interruption. The start to end song scripting is hard one to understand. You are right. But you say the Jem thing does make me think. I would. There's so many things. There's so many avenues that you could go down. And I just, obviously I'd love for you to have, be in the room with Dr. Grampichet because she knows more about this than I ever thought about learning. But there are lots of different things. Like my other question for you, is there anything that goes hand in hand with his eyes when he's doing this? Because sometimes we see that there is a component that's eyes too. Like if he's is there a time when it's more, or is there any time when it stops? I want to know more, Brian. We'll have to have a conversation at some point. But it's important to acknowledge that he is doing it for a reason. And it's important for you to be able to connect with him. And it's important that you find some answers. Because I think there's a way for you to transfer this. But I do want to know about yeast, and I also want to know if you've had him looked at for pandas. But let's definitely talk via email. Yeah. All right, I'm going to move on to number 8 here. That it is not okay to make fun of someone because of their STEM behavior. And this is something that we need to uphold and be pure with ourselves so that we set the example. It's also something that we need to teach all of our children, whether they're on the spectrum or they're not on the spectrum, that we do not make fun of someone. And I know you're all like, well, that's duh, we wouldn't do that. But this includes watching on TV. This includes watching when someone can't hear you. We need to get all pristine on this, that we don't ever make fun. And that goes hand in hand with what I was just saying about when you mimic someone, you need to do this very cautiously, because often what will make them mad is that they will feel like you are making fun of them. That's not all kids, but there is the potential there. And if you are going to parrot what they are doing, do it as a means to connect with them. But if you see that they are angry, make sure that you back off a little bit, because you don't want them to think that you are making fun of them. That can never be I have seen people do that where the child makes a noise and so then they make the noise and they're doing it to get them to see that it's not appropriate, which is making fun of it. We're not doing that. Use it as a connection if you must, but use it sparingly. It is not okay to let someone hurt themselves or others because it is a STEM behavior. So we talked about all these things about, we need to be accepting, we need to be kind, we need to put ourselves in a place going, that behavior has a purpose and maybe we should leave it alone, which is a lot of what this talk should be. But I find that the flip is also a problem, that there are parents who will make the decision, and usually it's not the self-injury behavior, because I think we all look at that and go, okay, I don't want my child to engage in that behavior. But I've seen many times where a parent will be watching as their child hits a sibling or hits them, and they go, oh, well, it's just the autism, it's just their stimming, and they hit me by accident. And they poo-poo it and say, it's okay, we don't need to do anything about it. And this I take issue with, because if we really, and I hope we do, buy into this idea that everything that we do has a purpose, then if I, even by accidentally, let's say that I'm genuinely hand flapping and it's because it's something that soothes me, and in the process of hand flapping, I hit you. And I didn't even mean to, and I certainly didn't want to hurt you, but now something has happened. And depending on what the consequence is, I might like the consequence. And I might do it again because now it's a new thing. Oh, I was hand flapping before and had no thought of hitting anybody, but now I'm going to hit somebody. And I will tell you, sometimes people do hit and meaningfully hit. My husband and I were just talking about this the other day, the time that my son punched me in the head and about just took my lights out. And, here's the thing, is that if them hitting someone gains them control or gets them something that they want, then they learn, oh, hitting works to get what I want. This is not just people who are on the spectrum, by the way. This is, people who have problems with aggression have learned, if I want to get what I want, and I can't get it any other way, if I hit somebody, then I will get what I want. And this does not work. This is not acceptable. This is a fast way to hurt somebody and go to jail, right? And if you think for a second that our cute little adorable 3-year-olds who hit can't be put in jail later on, let me tell you that there are people on the spectrum in jail for hitting someone. We cannot allow this behavior, first of all, to happen because it's not good for them, it's not good for society, but it will build into things that are really bad for them. So we definitely don't take a laissez-faire attitude when somebody is hurting themselves or others. We know that the way that, if we need to change a stim, we can. We absolutely can, because we're going to figure out when they hit the person, what was it that they wanted? And we're going to teach them how to appropriately ask for the thing that they wanted. And we will make sure that when they appropriately ask for it, they are given it, right? That is how we, look at all stims. Now, if it's something that is like on the inside, like I hit them because I like the feel of it, well, there are other things that we can do, like pound clay. We can get a boxing gloves and a thing and have them work out, and they like the sound that it makes, or they like the way that it feels on their hands, right? And we reinforce that. But if they hit a person, we do not reinforce that. You see what I'm saying? There are ways to get the sensory needs met. There are ways to get all of those automatic reinforcing. It might take a little bit of time, but when it's crucial, when somebody is hurting themselves or others, we can and we need to. And it needs to be a today thing, not a tomorrow thing. Okay. Our autism journey with Elijah says, I've seen this in Elijah's classroom and it causes meltdowns because of that behavior. I don't remember which behavior that was. I'm so sorry, Lori. Yes, I tell Elijah this every day. He has an issue with hitting anyone that he can't get his way with. Yeah, and you know what? I mean, if you think about it, that makes sense, right? That if at some point we hit, and think about the 4 different reasons why we do things, the 5 really. We do things for attention, and if I hit you, I've got your attention, right? So if it's attention, that might get me your attention. And if it works, I'm gonna keep doing it, right? We do things to escape something. So if you're making a noise that I don't like, or you're asking me to do something that I don't want to do and I don't want to do it, if I hit you, now the conversation is about me hitting you. And now you give me a timeout and I don't have to go do the thing that you just did, right? I got to escape it, right? We also potentially hit because it's a sensory thing, it's automatically reinforcing, and there is a feeling and a sound that comes with hitting that for some people is deeply, deeply pleasurable. Think about Rocky in there smacking the meat in the freezer. There had to be a part of that was reinforcing to him, and there was a sound that came with it, and it felt good. It's not everybody's thing, but it's definitely some people's things, or there would be no boxing gyms, right? And then the 4th thing is to get something. So the tangible. So, or a person. So if you're babysitting me and I want mom and I hit you, now you're incapacitated and the person is yelling and now mom comes out, I win. Right? Or if I'm playing on the playground and the one little girl has the last ball that there is and I want the ball, and if I ask her for the ball, she's not going to give me the ball, but if I whack her, she drops the ball. Now I get to go play with the ball until you come to yell at me, but I got it for a couple of minutes, right? And then the last reason why we do anything that's a little bit of an older skill is to control. Because we want control, and hitting sometimes is the ultimate control, right? So it's not a shock why people hit, but if we know the equation and go, okay, which one of those 5 things did they get? And on Tuesday at 11 a.m., they might do it for attention, and on Wednesday at 3 p.m., they might do it to gain access to something. So it's not all across the board necessarily, but in each instance, if we see that they're doing it for attention, then what we want to do is give them attention for everything else that they do except hitting, right? If that's what they want, we're not going to give it to them for the hitting, but we're going to teach them how to say, hey, can you pay attention to me for a few minutes, right? And we'll do that with each one of the things. We'll teach them how to get their need met. And what we're talking about today is that self-stimulatory thing. So if it is a sensory thing, that they're getting a pleasure from it on the inside, then we would figure out what is it and how can we mimic that with something that is more socially appropriate than hitting. Because we can. We have the technology. Okay, so, and I got to get to the last one because we are about to be out of time here. I think it's super important to acknowledge that there's nothing weird or odd about stimming. If we can take that stigma away and go, no. There's nothing weird. There's nothing odd. Just what I was saying about hitting. There are very specific reasons why people hit. There are very specific reasons why somebody is engaging in the behavior that they're engaging in. The tough part with stimming is that, as I said in the beginning, it's an inside job. So I can't know. I can guess. And I think one of the most interesting things for me, I mean, there's so many things that I now love about the autism community, but I love to talk to adults who will talk about how they stimmed as a child, what it meant to them, and what they were getting from it, how it was calming them down or how it was stimulating them. It's fascinating. It's an entirely different world that it should not be stigmatized, should not be considered weird, should not be considered odd. It's once they're able to communicate to you what it is that they're doing and why they're doing it, it's like somebody turns the lights on in the room and you go, oh my gosh, that's actually kind of beautiful. And so I end this talk by saying to you, if your child is doing something that you think is odd or that you think is weird, I think it's worth it to, you know that old saying about try to walk in another person's shoes? I think it's worth it to try it for yourself. I remember, my son did hand flap, but his hand flap, there are different hand flaps, right? His hand flap was right in front of his eyes. And I remember somebody saying this to me. They were like, well, have you done it? Have you tried it? Have you tried to see what it is and what it does? And it was very eye-opening to me what this does. And I also tried the other thing too, because I found this makes me dizzy. It didn't him. But when I tried this is very calming to me. Now, it might not be for you, but it's worth it to, and you don't do this in front of them. See what their stim is and go try it out for yourself. Be a detective. You're putting it through your filter, and your filter is different than theirs. Just like I said, my son was doing this. This was not good for me, but I can see where it would be good for him, right? Try it and see what information you feel like it brings to your body, to your brain, to your nervous system. And try to get a better understanding of what it is that your kiddo is doing. This is good advice across the board. I remember when my son was at a certain age and he was starting to play video games on his Game Boy and on his phone. And we had a parent that came on and talked about how he'd just been through this tussle with his son, who was a couple years older than my son. And he said, just drove me crazy. I would say, it's time for us to go. And he would say, I can't go right now. I'm playing this video game. And he would go, it's a video game. Get over it. Let's go. And his child would completely melt down. And then somebody said this to him. Well, have you tried playing that game? And he played the game for 2 days and he said, oh my gosh, I understand completely why he has a meltdown, because he said, I would be engaged in a campaign and I would have put in all this time and just got my troops to the point where I could, battle, and somebody says it's time to go and I will lose everything. And it changed his perspective. And so he would say to his son, he would give his son a visual schedule for the day, and he would say, we're going to do this and we're going to do this and we're leaving at this time, and put it on the clock and everything. And he would say, so this is the time where you can play in your game and I promise I won't interrupt you. And you'll have time to build a campaign. And he started playing the game with his son, and they had a much closer relationship because of it. I think it's important for us to do that with everything about our kids. Put ourselves in their shoes and try it. And this goes even for you, Brian. I would, I think about the people that I know people who constantly hum out loud. And I have talked to some of them about what, and these are people who are not on the spectrum, by the way. I had an old roommate who is a brilliant performer, and she was constantly humming. She would constantly be singing something. And I've talked to her about why she does that. There is a reason, and let's figure out what the reason is first. And it might be that you need to try it in the privacy of your home to see. Okay, we are totally out of time, but I love to talk about this stuff because I think that there's a level of respect that we need to have for self-stimulatory / automatic reinforcing behavior, because it goes right back to that phrase about do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And if you think about all the things that you do within a day to help regulate yourself, and if I were to come up to you and say it's all inappropriate, you need to stop it all, and you need to manage somehow in this crazy mixed up world without all of it, first of all, I think if it was happening to me, I would feel judged. I would feel insecure. I would feel not accepted. I would be very afraid, and I would probably have a meltdown. So let's not do that. Let's for sure not do that. Let's create a world in which our kids get to be our kids, but let's not just also turn the other cheek and go, oh, it's what they're doing, and so they're only ever going to do that. I don't think that that's the ticket either. Look at each behavior, look at what the function is, look at it to see if it's hurting them in any way. If it's you feeling uncomfortable, let's deal with those feelings and move on. Because I am friends with women who do this constantly. And I have to just like take a chill pill when they're doing it constantly. Makes me bonkers, but it's part of accepting and loving them for who they are. I have to sit there sometimes and literally say, they're feeling nervous right now. Be here for them as they're petting their hair compulsively. Just saying. All right, I enjoyed being here with you guys too. Thank you so much. And we're going to be back tomorrow. I believe that we are having Dr. Grant Pichet live tomorrow. I don't want to promise that because sometimes things come up, but I believe that we are having her live tomorrow, so feel free to send your questions in. And then we've got a great show for you on Wednesday. It's really wonderful, so make sure that you're here for that as well. All right. We will see you tomorrow. Until then, give your kiddos a hug from me and one for you too. Bye-bye for now. If you found anything helpful in this video, please give us a like. In fact, make sure that you smash that subscribe button on YouTube and give us a like on Facebook. You can also follow us on Twitter and on Instagram for important updates. And please download our free podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Thank you so much. See you next time.
The advice and opinions expressed by the host of Autism Live and her guests are meant solely as suggestion and should not be in any way construed as child-specific advice. Any choices you make in determining your child's treatment are completely at your own discretion.
Good morning and welcome to Autism Live. I'm Shannon Penrod, and normally on Wednesday we do an interview show, but we weren't here on Monday because of Juneteenth, and we haven't done a parent-to-parent for a couple of weeks, and I really enjoy doing the parent-to-parent talks. So today is a parent-to-parent day, and we've got an amazing topic today. We're going to be talking specifically about how teaching techniques that you can use at home to teach your loved one who is on the autism spectrum. Because so often you guys will write in, and we ask you to write in and tell us about what's going on at home, but so often you guys say, but how do I teach this? Like, what's the technique? How do I interact with my child to teach them something? And I know when I started out, boy, that was really, really something that I was deeply interested in, because I was a teacher, and the things that I was doing, the teaching techniques that I was using, weren't working with my child on the spectrum, which at some point made me question my parenting, made me question my teaching. It made me question on my darkest day whether my child could learn. I'm here to tell you that I learned that my child absolutely could learn, and I'm guessing that the same thing is true for your child, because everyone can learn. It just takes some people longer to learn something, and so that means that the amount of time that you have to teach is different, so not everybody ends up in the same place, but everybody can learn. So why don't we learn more techniques? So that's really fun. All right, we're gonna pause for just a second. I'm gonna remind you of a bunch of different things. First of all, you can write in with your comments right now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. And I think there's so much to cover. There probably won't be a lot of time for interaction or answering questions, but we'll see what we can do. Also want to remind you that the entire show will be available in podcast format wherever you get your podcasts, but also the video of this, both the short version of this show and the long version of this show, will be available on YouTube. So you can find us at youtube.com/autismlive. All right. So having said all of that, what I'm going to do, oh, you know what? I just realized I don't have the thing to advance, Traven. I don't have the keyboard. I wasn't even thinking about that. So he's going to get that for me. And while he does that, I'm going to remind you guys of what is happening on tomorrow's show. Tomorrow's show, we are live with Let's Talk Movies with Moira and Shannon. And so we are very excited to be doing these shows live. I don't know how long we're going to do that, but definitely we've done the last few live, and it was so much fun that we've decided to do a few more live. And I can tell you that there are many things that we're planning on reviewing tomorrow, not the least of which is The Little Mermaid, the new one. So if you're interested in our reactions to that, plus a bunch of other things. I have been forced to watch Renfield, which one never would have thought that would have happened. But there are a couple of other little surprise things that we've both watched as well that we'll be giving you our opinions about that, which is always fun because, you know, Moira she's a lot nicer than I am. Let's just say that. As a person, she's nicer than I am. And her taste in things is a little bit different than mine. We often agree, but we often do not agree. So there we go. So very, very fun. Okay, so having said that, and then on Friday, we'll be playing a Stories from the Spectrum that you guys can check out as well. Okay, so back to what we were chatting with. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but we've got a new show. I'm not sure how soon we're going to be starting, but we have a new show that we're going to be debuting. It's kind of, we're reformatting an old show that we used to do called Autismo y Familia, which will be entirely in Espanol, and I'm very proud and excited about that. Clearly, I will not be hosting that hour, but we have a very surprise, very foo-foo, shishi, wonderful guest. I don't think I'm allowed to say yet, but she's very recognizable, that's going to be coming in to do that for us. So that's coming, and we'll give you more news about that as we whittle it down to that. But let's talk about teaching techniques, shall we? I already advanced it once. Okay, so 10 teaching, and this is going to be the fast version. I'm going to go through this really fast. I'm not going to explain the different things because Traven has tasked me with doing this in under a minute. I'm going to see if I can. You know me, very unlikely. But then I'm going to go through and explain all of them. So 10 teaching techniques to use at home with children on the spectrum. This is a parent-to-parent talk. We're starting with disclaimers. This is to help you to educate, to learn more about these techniques, but get more education. All of these techniques should be used with reinforcement. I think that goes without saying, but let's not let it go without saying. And none of these techniques should be used in any way punitive or as a punishment, okay? Those are the disclaimers. So number 1, chaining, great technique. Google it to find out or watch the whole video. Number 2, visual prompts. And we gave you a link here of a place that you can go to find exactly what we have on the screen. Number 3, token economy. See that money that I have there? We're going to talk about, you're on a token economy right now, money. We're going to talk about that. Number 4, make a contract. With some of our kids, this is a great thing to do. Number 5, there's something called the no prompt. It sounds punitive. It is not. I'll explain that in just a second. Number 6, DTT. That's discrete trial training. And it looks weird, but we'll talk about when and why you would use that. And then, of course, NET, which is natural environment training. Very popular, very great thing to use. Number 8 is behavior momentum. We'll tell you why we're showing a picture of a swimming pool. And number 9 is prompts. There's a whole list of them. Full physical, partial physical, verbal, text, visual, gestural, sign language, and facial prompts. Okay. We'll talk about those in a second. And number 10 is modeling. No, I'm not talking about runway. I'll explain to you what I mean in a second. So we got them. That's the 10. How'd I do, Traven? Did I get it in under a minute? Probably not. Close, though. I'm getting closer. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. Close enough. Okay, let's go back to the beginning and let's really delve into these so that hopefully I can put these in your back pocket so that you've got a way to be working with the people that you love on the autism spectrum. Okay, so let's take a minute here with the disclaimers. Whoops. So the first one that I want to say is that I can't possibly teach you how to do all these techniques in this next hour. Like, I'm going to tell you a little bit about it to get you kind of, get your interest piqued, but then you should go and learn to do these things outside of the time when you are involved with the person that you love that's on the spectrum. There's lots of different ways to do that. Let me make a couple of recommendations for you. We talk a lot on this program about the Autism Partnership Foundation, that they have an RBT training that's a 40-hour class. RBT stands for Registered Behavior Technician, and anybody can do it, and it's for free. You really can't beat that. And they are real super committed to keeping it free, and I love them for that. I want to smack them on the lips with a big kiss because it's a wonderful thing. So if you are sitting there saying, I can't do this, well, let me tell you, you can. You can take that training, and then you can use these techniques, and you can do it for free, and you can do it in your own time. So there's that. Go to Autism Partnership Foundation. I also want to say that the one that I did was through the Institute for Behavioral Training, but there's a cost to that one. And if you're thinking of going and getting your actual certification for a registered behavior technician, you really could start with either one of those, but there is more things that you have to do to get the registered behavior technician. You have to eventually be working with someone who's already a board certified behavior analyst. And then there are a certain number of hours that you have to do working with actual individuals. So if you want to do the whole certification, it's much more than that. But I say to parents, especially if it's free, why wouldn't you want to be able to learn these techniques backwards and forwards? So get more education about these. But as we're running through this fast, I have to say that all of these things you have to do with reinforcement. It's not just about the teaching technique, it's the teaching technique paired with reinforcement, and the reinforcement has to be meaningful to the individual. You know what Dr. Grant-Pichet always says, it has to be fair. It has to be fair. So they have to be reinforced, which means you're giving them something meaningful. Now, meaningful could be saying good job. Meaningful could be giving them tickles. Meaningful could be giving them a toy to play with during their break time. But it's got to be something that keeps them motivated and makes it fun for them. Don't just go in with these techniques and go, I'm just going to do the technique as it's written in the book. This is not the plan. It's got to be super fun and reinforcing for them. And absolutely not, I just want to say this and be clear about it. You should not use any of these techniques to belittle someone, to punish them, to take away something from them. No, that is not what these techniques are for. So no. And if you're doing that, you're doing it against everyone's advice, but especially mine. Okay, so those are our disclaimers. Now we can get into these different things. Okay, so chaining we've talked about here before on the show. And basically, imagine, I mean, if you're watching right now, you see that there is a chain link that's on the screen there. Because anything that you want to learn usually is a chain of behaviors. Let's say that you want to learn how to crochet, or you want to learn how to downhill ski, or you want to learn how to ice skate, and you want to learn how to ice skate backwards, right? Then you probably would take a lesson from somebody who is an expert and already knows how to do this, and they're going to teach you the different steps to be able to do this activity. I don't know how to skate backwards, but I'm going to imagine that if somebody is going to teach it, that they're going to teach it in different steps, right? Well, chaining says, let's look at this really logically. First of all, we have to know what the different steps are. But then let's think about what's best for the learner. And people, if we're doing pure chaining, we're either going to start from the front or the back. So part of the problem with learning anything, and the reason why I don't know how to skate backwards, is because it was hard and nobody showed me the step by step, and I didn't get to the point where it was reinforcing enough for me to keep doing it. Right? And we don't want that to happen for our loved one who's on the autism spectrum. We want them to get to this success so that they'll still want to do it. So one of the examples I always use is toothbrushing. Like, it's kind of non-negotiable, right? Because if we don't teach our child how to brush their teeth, we're going to run into problems that are painful for them later on. Where, maybe they have to have a tooth pulled or they have a toothache, right? We don't want that. So we want good teeth hygiene. But it's a lot of steps. And a lot of our kids get really frustrated and they don't want to do it, right? So chaining says, let's look at the learner, let's look at the tasks, and let's make a task analysis. So maybe there's 12 steps to it. And let me tell you, this gets debated. How many steps are there to toothbrushing, right? Because where do you start? Do you start with taking the cap off the toothpaste, or are you deciding that's not even in play right now? We're really just at the motion for the toothbrushing. But you talk to some families and they go, no, let's get opening the toothpaste too. So you make your list of, okay, step one, and it really causes you can look these up online, by the way. You can look up anything and say, what's the task analysis for toothbrushing? It's just you can customize it afterwards to what you want, because not everybody agrees. So you make your list, or you look it up and decide what you want your list to do. And strict chaining says you're either going to start at the first step and you're going to teach just the first step, right? So that's all you attempt to teach, right? So if the first step is twisting the cap off of the toothpaste, then you would go about teaching the child just to do that. And then the rest of the steps you would do for them. So you would squeeze the toothpaste out onto the toothbrush, and you wouldn't try to teach it to them while you were doing it. You would squeeze the toothpaste out, you would put a little water on the toothbrush, you would brush their teeth, right? You would, tell them when to spit, you would do everything. When they were done, you would wipe their mouth off for them, you would rinse the toothbrush off for them, you would put the cap back on the toothpaste, but the whole time you'd be praising them, saying, good job, good job, good job, you're brushing your teeth, right? But the only expectation would be on the first step. And then the other choice would be that you start with the last step, which maybe the last step is, putting the toothbrush and the toothpaste away. That you would do everything else for them, but then you would teach them how to put the toothbrush back into the toothbrush holder, and you'd be like, dude, high five, man, you're brushing your teeth, what a big boy, right? And then it would be like links on the chain that whichever direction you were going, you would add the next one in. I would say to you as a parent and as a teacher that sometimes I believe in going with whatever the strong suit is first. So it might be that your child likes spitting. And so we start with the spitting, right? And then we do everything else for them. But my point is that you can teach almost anything this way. And if it's complicated and there's lots of steps, chaining is often a great way to do it. But the keys are that you only teach that one little section, but you still get them to the reinforcer for doing the whole task. Now, sometimes the kids learn so fast that they start automatically picking up other parts of it for themselves. Like, you might be brushing their teeth and they might take the toothbrush from you and want to do it themselves. This is all good, right? But we're not in that thing where we're battling everything with them and expecting them to do 32 steps and be successful at all of it to be at a reinforcer. We just don't do that. Chaining is a great way to teach anything and build somebody's self-esteem. So chaining, an amazing thing to do. Okay. Number 2 is creating visual prompts. Now, if you watch this show, you know I talk to you guys about visual schedules, which is a visual prompt, right? And visual prompts in general, because a lot of times, first of all, our kids tend to be very visual. This is not everybody, right? This is why there's 10 techniques, because maybe some of these aren't going to be the strong suit. But I will make the case that the world is very visual, especially because the world that we live in is so multilingual and diverse, right? So if we're directly across the street from a Target, and if I go to walk across the street to Target, I'm gonna run into like 10 different visual prompts on my way over there, right? Not the least of which is the sign that says to cross, push button here, and then I have to wait for it to show me the little white walking man, right? That's a visual prompt. And then I'm gonna walk in and there's a Starbucks right inside Target, and there are signs that say order here, right? Those are all visual prompts. So we live in a world of visual prompts, and I feel like it's a great strength for a lot of our kids, and it also translates well into the outside world. And I don't know about you, but I hate it when I go into a place and I don't see visual prompts, and I'm like, where do I stand? Where's the line? Where do I go to order? Like, I feel all discombobulated, and it brings up anxiety for me. Imagine if you're a kiddo and you have a communication disorder where you're learning to communicate your needs, right? But you don't have it all under wraps, which no 5-year-old does, but especially a 5-year-old on the spectrum. This is hardcore stuff. And if I don't have the way to communicate, I'm feeling anxious, I don't know what to do, I want to know what's happening, I need this, it's pretty much your every minute of every day, right? And it doesn't have to be. What we see is when we create a visual schedule or visual prompts to help the people in our population to know, regardless of if they're 3 or 33, to be able to know what's coming next, what do I need to do next, that the anxiety level goes down. Now we have ways, but it used to be that we would have MapQuest, that we would print out MapQuest and your friend would be in the seat next to you. And I would always say to my husband, like, can you give me 2 steps down the road so that I know which lane I need to be in? Don't surprise me with anything. I want to know. And this really is what we're giving to our kids, that this is what's coming up. So take a look at the example that I've got here for you on the screen. And it's just a visual prompt for what it says, let's get dressed. And this is from livingwellwithautism.com, that you can go and see the stuff that they have offered. So it's got a card that says, let's get dressed, and it shows somebody in the act of putting on a shirt. But then it has a visual with words of underwear, shorts, t-shirt, socks, and shoes. Now you can customize this however you want, and you could do this with actual pictures, but this is good on so many different levels, because the child's going to know, or the teen, or however old they are, is going to know when they were successful. How many times have we all, I'm putting my hand up, as a parent, said to a child, go get dressed, and they come back and, they've got one shoe on, one sock on, right? Because they don't really know what success is going to look like. But this lines it out really easily. It's like, here are the things that we need to do to be successful. And if they forget, they can look back and go, oh, right, I don't have my t-shirt, or I've only put on one sock, or I don't know where my shoe's on. It helps them so that they don't have to remember everything right now. But it's a great teaching strategy because there's text paired with it too. There's a picture of underwear and it says underwear. And I'm telling you, this is like forming the Grand Canyon, that in the beginning, we don't expect them to be readers, but we're giving them this thing and they start to associate, oh, this word stands for this, and this word stands for this. And, it's those drops that create the Grand Canyon. So visual prompts, I'm telling you, and you can do this with a visual schedule, you can do it with any task. we had stuff all over our house when my son was in early intervention, that things were labeled, and there were, like in the bathroom, there was a visual schedule that said what the toothbrushing steps were. We had a visual schedule for using the bathroom. There was a visual schedule about what it looks like when your room looks clean. I'm telling you, these things helps with expectations, helps with memory. So use visual prompts. If you don't believe me, it's summer right now. If you are having a hard time, and it doesn't matter whether your child is 3 or 10, 13 or 22. If you're struggling right now because it's summer, I would tell you that part of it probably is that there's this unknown, right? You go to school and it's very regimented. Okay, 9 o'clock I do this, and often in the school they have a schedule that says this is what we're doing at this time, or when they're older they get a schedule that says this is when this class is, right? So I would ask you to make a visual schedule for tomorrow. Just for tomorrow, show it to your child. I encourage you to have them be involved in it and say, should we go swimming at this time or should we go swimming at this time, right? Have them help you make the schedule. I always like to do these in the beginning on the back of wrapping paper where it's white, and put it on the wall so that everybody can see it, and then we consult it on the day up and see how much better the day goes for you. See how much better the day goes for your child, teen, or adult, and see where everybody's anxiety level is. You will be a believer. By the way, you can also get these on your phone. They have apps now. You can do all of this. But visual prompts are a great way to teach something. You want to teach getting dressed? You can chain it, and you can also visual prompt it. Okay, number 3, token economy. So I mentioned before that you right now are on a token economy. You know what the token economy is? That you are getting paid money for your job. That is a token economy. Because a token economy says you're going to do something and we're going to pay you in a marker that you can use to exchange for things that you want. Well, that's what money is. Money is a token economy. Money itself, the actual piece of paper, really isn't worth anything without this structure that we've all created, which is an agreement that that's how much this thing is worth, right? So token economies work, and you are a part of one already, and you kind of are very well trained to it. We all are. So it's not a bad thing to introduce to your kiddo, teen, or adult on the spectrum, because it gives them a way. Here's what token economy is great for, because if I'm doing something and I want pretty immediate reinforcement for something, because I know that that's what's best, is an immediate reinforcer, that, like praise or things like that. But sometimes you're in a place where you can't give the thing that you really want to give to make the thing happen. Years ago, we went to the LA Zoo to film. We're not showing it right now for a bunch of different reasons, but my son was a little bit older, and we were there with a younger boy. And his dad, and we were filming and going around the zoo, and I realized that I wanted a certain level of behavior from my son. I wanted him to stay keyed in and be nice to this little boy, and that I was going to be having a lot of things going on that I need to parent in this moment. I didn't have a nanny with me, right? But we have a camera crew, and I have to be responsive to them, and we got to get film done. But I also want to be a good parent, and I want to be good for everybody, but it splits your focus. And I realized I got to make this reinforcing for him. And I talked to a behaviorist right before I left. I was like, I don't have a token economy. I don't, and they were like, oh, no, it's a simple thing. You can use your pen and a hand and, say to him, every time I see you, because my son was older at this point, but every time I see you do something good, I'm going to make a mark on my hand. And if it gets, I don't remember what the number was. I think it was like 30. If we get to 30, then we're going to, as soon as we leave here, we're going to go directly to In-N-Out, which for those of you who don't know, here in Los Angeles, it's a great drive-through burger and fries place where they make the fries right there in front of you. They peel the potatoes, make the fries, right? And they make a burger that you can get that's not in a bun. That it's I don't know what it's called. It's called something, but they wrap it in lettuce wrap, I guess is what it's called. Anyway, my son loved this. So he's all in. He wants in and out as a treat. So, and what I've done is set up a circumstance where I want to see a lot of really good behavior, and I've left it kind of open-ended because he was younger. Years before that, we were very specific that, and you can make it work that you're adding tokens or you're taking tokens away, depending on what you want to do. But it all translates into something. Because I can remember there was a time when there were behaviors we didn't want to see, that we would go into the grocery store and he would have 3 stickers. We're starting out with 3 stickers. And if I see this, this, or this, which was, whining or walking away without me being there, and there was one other thing, that if he engaged in it, then he would lose a sticker. And in order to get a treat at the end, he had to have at least 1 sticker. Right? So there's lots of different ways that you can work in a token economy. We also, in kindergarten, he was on a thing all day where he could get stickers. And if he got a certain number of stickers, at the end of the day, he could have either mommy money or a daddy dollar, right? We'd made fake money with our pictures on them. And once he had 40 of those, the day he got 40 of them, we would go to Disneyland. So it's a way of making something reinforcing for something you're working towards that you have to give the reinforcer later on. And it might be that it's just a small thing, like at the grocery store, where I wanted to give the reinforcer at the end of the grocery store experience, or like at the zoo, that I wanted him to earn the in and out, right? Or it can be something like it took 40 days for him to earn to go to Disneyland. But it gives them a sense of understanding what the rules are, right? And that they have a certain amount of control over it, that he could predict when he was going to go to Disneyland by doing certain behaviors, right? So it empowered him. I know sometimes people go, oh, it just seems like, you're making them work. Well, the truth of the matter is we all work towards our token economies, whether we're cognizant of it or not, but it is how the world works. And there is something powerful in that you have control over the situation. That and here's the thing, if they don't want to do it because whatever the reward is at the end, they're not going to do it, which is them having control. And that doesn't make them wrong. If we see that we are not getting to the reinforcer, then we got to make the reinforcer more reinforcing and figure out what would excite them enough to be willing to do whatever it is. I will say that, people often say to me, but, what if they don't want to do it at all? And, that is certainly an option. My son could have said, I don't feel well, and so I don't want to go to the zoo. And it wouldn't have mattered what I was offering for a reinforcer. So part of it is that it is this negotiation between you, and you really have to think about, do I have something that could make it fair? Going back to Dr. Grampiche, do I have something that could make it fair? And it might be that you have to make the reinforcer more reinforcing, but if you don't have a reinforcer that's reinforcing enough, I would ask you to go back and ask, why am I asking them to do this thing that they really super don't want to do? Now, before you all write and say, but what about school? They super don't want to go to school. School has to be reinforcing. And if school is pure drudgery, you need to find out why. Because it shouldn't be. There should be enough fun going at school that they want to go. And if there isn't, the problem is not with your child, the problem is with school. And it's part of our job as parents to figure out what that thing is and make it more reinforcing for them. Okay, so, and this is we've already sort of broached this a little bit, that it is a discussion. Now, I'm gonna have soon, there are 2 authors that are going to, at least one of them is going to be with us. They've got a book out all about how to make a contract with your kids and how to make it stick. But everything is a negotiation in life, right? That if with our older kids who have a little bit more verbal understanding, it isn't necessarily just for people who are vocally verbal, right? But it's about what their receptive understanding is. You can make a contract. if you think about like what are the things that you want to see, this like really puts it in hard terms about, let's say that they're constantly fighting with their sibling and you really would like to see the fighting stop, right? You can break it down and make a contract about, here are the behaviors that we would like to see, here are the behaviors that we don't want to see. If we don't see these behaviors, or if we do see these behaviors, this is what we will do for you. If you think about it, it's really about putting in writing that what the reinforcement will be if certain things are in place. And a lot of our kids, if you have a teenager who's really in that phase where you see that control is a very, very big deal to them, then I really want to recommend the contract phase. I'm going to have that guest come on soon to talk about their book, because they really line it out in their book about, I just went to a presentation recently about how to make a contract, what some of the pitfalls are, some of the ways that we make a contract that doesn't hold water and that it's not good for everybody. So there are very specific things about this, but you can enter into a contract with your child, and I mean written out contract, and everybody signs it and you act like regular contracts, right? And it means that not only will there be an expectation that they need to do things, but there will be an expectation for you as well, which I think gives autonomy and tells everybody what the expectation is and helps people to feel empowered. Because in a contract, both parties have to do their part or the contract is broken, right? So it's not a bad strategy at all. Okay, there's something called a no-no prompt. And it sounds like it's a no-no, right? And this is very important, that I want to be clear that the no is an informational no. The first time somebody said that to me, I was like, what does that mean? What does an informational no mean? And it means that I'm telling you that the thing that you're doing isn't the right answer, but I'm not putting any judgment or punishment on you. So if we were playing a game, let's say that we blindfolded me and we're playing that hot and cold game where I'm trying to find something and I'm moving through the room and my eyes are closed and you're saying to me, oh, you're really cold, right? It's not with judgment like you're cold and you're an idiot, right? You would never do that. And it's the same thing with the no. So the no is as flat and uninteresting as it can possibly be, and it's not punishing. So why do we do a no-no prompt? So let's say that, and we're going to talk about other prompting here in a minute. And it's very easy for parents and people who have not been trained to start, when they realize the power of prompts, it becomes their everything. And then they over-prompt, where they'll just prompt. And one of the things that I've learned from my friends who are adults on the spectrum and from my son, who is an adult, they will say, you know, one of the biggest things is that after I started catching on to and learning things, right, that people kept treating me like I couldn't possibly do it. So we have to begin to fade at some point. And there was one gentleman that we used to have on, the autistic genius, and he would say, if you ask me to do something or you ask me a question, you got to wait, like count to 7, 8, 9 before you reiterate it, because I just need that processing time, right? So we don't want to keep prompting, because then the person becomes prompt dependent. But we also don't want to have somebody spending a whole lot of time doing something that isn't going to get them to the reinforcer, because then we're going to get to frustration. So if, for example, let's say that I have these 3 things on the desk, and I say to somebody, touch cup. Now, I've done a whole bunch of things to help them to learn cup, but now I've introduced these 2 things that they may not know what these 2 things are. And I say touch cup. And if they go to get this one, I can say no. And now notice it's not a no. It's just a no. And I'm not touching them. I'm not doing anything. I'm just giving them the information. That's the wrong answer, right? And sometimes they'll still pick it up, in which case we would put that down and say touch cup. We don't say, oh, you got it wrong, or it's this one, right? But but we would put it down, and we would say touch cup again, right? And they might go over here to do this, and I might say to them, no, right? No judgment, right? And if I've already gone through 2 tries with them and I gave them 2 no's, now to be kind, I'm going to prompt them. And I might do and we'll talk about prompts in a second. I might do a physical prompt or a partial physical prompt. I might go touch cup. I might cheat and tap it so that they know, oh, this is the right answer. Okay, so all it is giving them 2 tries with the information, but it's a little bit like the game show buzzer thing going, except we're not doing the shock of that, right? We're just saying, no, that's not it. I love to listen to Wait, Don't Tell Me on NPR. And so they'll ask somebody a quiz question and they'll go, is that the one you really want to go for? Because it's giving them clues, right? And this is kind of what it is, but we're simply saying an informational no. And if we say no twice, we're not going to let them hang out in frustration. We're going to give them a prompt. I might point to it. I might show them a picture of a cup. I might take their hand and go, cup, good job. And now they get to a reinforcer. Not the big reinforcer, but a reinforcer. Good job. It's a cup, right? And then I'm going to do it again. I might change the direction of it, and I go touch cup. And the child might go here, and I'll go, no. And then they put it back, and I go touch cup. They go here, no, touch cup. Yes, so it's a way of saying that this is the right answer. Okay, so the no prompt, but don't use it as a punishment, don't use it with judgment, but it is a really quick way of teaching somebody something, because they start to get it. Oh, this is the thing you wanted me to touch when you said cup. And eventually that turns into understanding, oh, this is a cup. Okay, so DTT. So what I just showed you when I took the 3 things, that was DTT. So DTT is discrete trial teaching. And what that means is that I'm going to take everything else off the table and I'm going to teach you something in a very unusual way that makes it clear what the cup is. I can apply this to a million different things, right? But I'm taking whatever the beginning concept of something is, and I'm isolating it for you. Now, in the beginning, I just have the cup. There is nothing else but the cup, and I say touch cup. And you go, that's weird looking. Whenever you're looking at video of ABA, it's so disheartening to me, because most of the time what you're going to see, if it looks weird to you, is DTT, because DTT looks weird. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that it's because it is weird. It's not from actual life. And people go, well, then why are we doing that? For the same reason that when somebody's teaching you to cha-cha, they don't teach you in the middle of a dance floor with a disco ball turning with people dancing around you. I mean, I guess sometimes people learn that way, but if you've gone for dance lessons, they're not going to teach it to you that way. They're going to isolate it. They're going to put little cut out steps on the floor, and they're going to say, all right, let's count to 4. And you go, but I wanted to dance, right? But this is the first step along the way. So first we count to 4, then we put our feet in the position of the little shoes on the thing, then maybe we get to do it backwards with somebody, eventually we add in music, and then somewhere down the line, you get to dance to music with the disco ball. Right? But the beginning of it, of isolating, okay, first put your left foot and then put your... Now, can some people just learn from watching somebody else cha-cha? Yes, and God bless them. They absolutely can. But for those of us who have 2 left feet, what are we supposed to do? Never dance? Well, that would be a shame, right? And for your kiddo who maybe doesn't know how to read, are we going to say, oh, they don't ever get to read, they don't ever get to speak, they don't... No. But the DTT step is the beginning. It should not be the be-all, end-all. I get so disheartened when people tell me, oh, well, my child had 40 hours of DTT for 3 years, and I go, surely you don't mean that. Surely you mean that they had ABA and that some of the time was with DTT, and people tell me, no, they sat at the table and they said, touch cup for 40 hours a week for 4 years. And that makes me want to light my hair on fire and run screaming into the street. That's not the ticket. That is not the ticket at all. There needs to be a mix of this one and the next one that I'm going to talk about. However, I hate, loathe, and despise it when people tell me, oh, I'm not allowing DTT to be done. We're only doing NET. Where I don't agree with DTT, it's too weird, it's too awful, it's too, whoever says touch cup to anybody in real life, it doesn't happen. And I go, of course it doesn't happen. Because, nor do you ever go to a dance and they have little shoes on the floor with numbers on them. That doesn't happen either. It doesn't mean it's not a good teaching technique to start for somebody who's struggling. And the fact of the matter is that a lot of our kids are struggling. So the analogy that I always like to give people is that, look, ABA and DTT, it's one of those things like you would do for the SATs. DTT is to ABA what steering wheel is to car. DTT is a part of ABA, and I think it's a valid part of ABA, but it is not the whole thing. I always say, if you were going to go to Vegas, could you go with just your steering wheel? No, you could not. But could you get to Vegas in the car without a steering wheel? I mean, I guess it would take you a really long time and you'd have to have expertise and tools to take the place of the thing. It wouldn't be the ideal way to go. DTT should be a portion of early learning for anything that requires isolation in order to learn it. But it should not be a part of anything other than the beginning part of learning a task. So if I have a 3-year-old and I want the 3-year-old to learn, let's use the example of that this is a cup. Right? That's what we were doing before, was a DTT moment of discriminating between a cup and these two things. That, excuse me, when presented with these things, eventually I'm going to be able to say, this is a cup, these things are not, right? But eventually, if what I'm teaching is cup with a child, so I might do this until they're getting it right with a cup, but then 30 seconds later, I'm going to go and do NET with this. I'm going to put this into the natural environment for the child. Now later on, let's say that I'm trying to teach algorithms to somebody because they're doing geometry and physics and all of this stuff, right? I can still use DTT because I can slice it into little moments and I can say, hey, let's just isolate this part of it, and then let's isolate this part of it, and then let's put it together, right? And put it so that you can do it on the test. I can still use the principles of DTT, whether it's for a 3-year-old or a 30-year-old. Because people will say to me, well, DTT is only for little kids. No, DTT at its heart is isolating what the thing is you want to learn. When we were talking about skiing, I'm going to go on the ski hill and they're going to isolate it for me. They're going to make it super simple for me. And they're going to say, okay, what we're going to do right now is we're just going to bend our knees and we're going to push our feet in because that's the stopping. They're not teaching me all of skiing right now. They're just teaching me that, right? Before they take me up on the hill. That's DTT. So at its heart. So DTT important if we're trying to teach something that somebody hasn't been able to learn all on their own. Really important teaching technique. But then we get into NET. NET is natural environment training. So I might do the thing here in the DTT with the cup and do the, and touch the cup and yay, you touch the cup, it's a cup. What do we do with the cup? We drink out of the cup. And then we say, okay, let's take a break. And I say, okay, what shall we play? I don't know, I listen to what they want to play and then I say, okay, let's have a snack and let's play Tea Party. Do you want to play Tea Party? And we put out all the things and I say, can you hand me a cup? Which is totally something that would happen in life, right? And the child may automatically go and hand me the cup and we go, okay, I'm helping to ensure that they know what a cup is. But again, they may not know what the cup is. So they might put a plate in front of me and I go, no. Can you hand me a cup? And so now, whatever, and I let them go through one more no before I prompt them and go, can you hand me a cup? And I show them the cup, and that's more natural environment training. We need to do both all the time. And I think that this is super important for parents, because I would say to you, most of the time, leave the DTT to the people that are doing the good quality ABA with your kiddos. But you jump all over that NET. So find out what kinds of things are they working on this week. And, I used to say, let me know. We had clinics where I could write it all down, but I would say, what are we working on right now? I once went to a seminar where a lady was saying to me, whatever you're working on, put it on your refrigerator. Put a little Post-it note, write on it, and put it on your refrigerator so that you remember. And I remember covering my refrigerator because we were working on like 45 things. But for instance, one of the things that it said on the refrigerator was that on a given week, we were working on the color yellow, for him to discriminate what the color yellow was. So they were doing it with him, DTT and NET, but it was my job as a mom to figure out, wherever we were, whatever we were doing, how to squeeze in the color yellow in a way that sort of made sense. So we would be driving across town to go to speech therapy during the summer, and we would get to a stoplight, and I would say, oh, look, what color is it? What color is it? Red? Is it green? Or is it yellow? What do we do when it's yellow? So now not only am I teaching yellow, but I'm teaching that yellow means that caution and slow down, and it's about to turn red. So he's learning all of these different things. But then my favorite thing was that we would be in the grocery store, and I'm telling you, the grocery store aisle, that waiting thing, super hard. And you see people now, everywhere. What is everybody doing while they're in line? They're there and they're scrolling through and they're on their phones, because nobody likes to wait while other people are chatting, right? So what do our kids get to do? They get up to mischief. So we would always play games in the line at the grocery store, and one of the games that we would play is I Spy with my little eye. So whatever color he was working on that week, I'd go, I spy with my little eye something yellow. Right? Whatever it was that he was working on. This is how you put what they're doing during the sessions into the natural environment. And it's kind of like a creativity test. How often, I used to challenge myself, how often can I squeeze things in? That to me is like a fun activity. Like, how often can I do that? And you can do it with Legos. You can say, okay, let's sort them, and I want all of the yellow ones. Can you give me all of the yellow ones? And now I'm learning yellow. Or let's build a yellow boat, right? There's so many different ways that you can make it NET. And really, they should be doing it too, but make it your business to inject it into everything that you're doing. NET, natural environment training. Okay, behavior momentum. Oh, this is a good one. Because sometimes when something is hard, it's almost like we need a little running jump to get our confidence going, right? So behavior momentum says that if you have a bunch of wins in a row, you're much more likely to be willing to try something that's hard for you. And I call it walking them into the shallow end of the pool instead of throwing them in the deep end. So if the child, let's say this summer you're having to learn the times tables, right? And usually, not always, usually kids, like 0 is super easy. So they learn, oh, the answer 0 times anything is 0. I don't have to memorize anything. It's just going to be 0, right? Some kids get that right, and other kids, that's a hard one. And other kids learn, okay, 1 times whatever is whatever the number is, right? So that becomes a little bit easier for them. So if you're doing the timetables with them, and let's say that every week you're adding the next number up, because you're sort of graduating the difficulty, but you're doing flashcards with them, and so you're on the 4s, right? And you're saying 4 times 3, and they get stuck and they get frustrated and they're like, oh, right? So the next one that I would give, I might prompt them through. Might give them 2 tries and then prompt them and go, no, 4 times 3 is 12, but you're doing great, you're doing great. But then I would immediately give them an easy one. Okay, let's do 4 times 0. what's 4 times 0? And they go, well, it's 0. Yes, that's great. Okay, let's do 4 times 1. What's 4 times 1? And they know, okay, it's 4. So I'm building that behavior momentum. I'm giving them a big reinforcer because they've got something that's right. And I'm building this momentum so that I'm going to once again say, what's 4 times 3? And I don't know why it is, but when we have confidence and we feel like I can do anything, we almost always can. So behavior momentum is, that they're frustrated. We back off of that. We give them something that we know that we can do. And there we go. And then suddenly they can do the thing. Now, sometimes this looks weird to people but it's only when people are awkward with it, because I've seen behavior technicians who are so brilliant with this that they're kind of monitoring, they're working with the child, and they're trying to do something, and the child is struggling and getting frustrated. And so what they do is they use behavior momentum and they kind of divert them. But the trick here is that it's got to be fun and interesting, and it can't be condescending, right? So there was a period of time when with my son, he learned the body parts and he learned them pretty quickly, and they would say, where's your nose? And he would, where's your ear? Yeah, like he always get a reinforcer for that. But the tying the shoe thing was a little bit harder. And I remember one therapist was like, he was trying to tie his shoes and he was getting frustrated. He's like, no, man, you're doing great. Hey, where's your ear? And my son was like, what? And he's like, where's your ear? My ear's right there. He's like, dude, right, you know what's going on. Where's your nose? Here's your... But at a certain point, he was so far past that couldn't be used anymore. So we don't just go back to like baby stuff, right? You gotta have it be something that's within the context and that builds up their confidence, behavior momentum. Really, really useful if you're having a hard time with something. And a really great technique to put in your back pocket as a parent, that if you're asking them to do something and they're frustrated, instead of just pushing for them to do that, back the bus up a little bit and ask them to do something that you know that they can do. I always tell therapists to do this with parents, that the way to get you guys to get better at this is to give you something that they know that you already can do and then work you up to the hard thing, because it works. It flippin' works. Okay, prompts. Okay, here's the whole list of prompts. So there's full physical. A full physical prompt is that I literally motor you through it. So but I do this in a kind and gentle way that isn't harmful to the individual. Remember what our criteria was at the beginning? It can't be punishment, right? So if I say touch cup and you just aren't getting it at all, I very gently take your hand, I very quickly touch the cup. It's not like I muscle you over and do it, but I go, good job, and I get you to the reinforcer. That is the whole thing behind prompts, is that you quickly get somebody to the reinforcer. So full prompt is that I hand over hand and I do it, good job, right? It should never feel like somebody's being manhandled. Okay, partial physical prompt is that I may get to the point where I just put one finger on you and it's like you have muscle memory. Oh, when she touches me, I do the cup, right? But here's the thing with prompts. With all of them, once they work, you have to start fading them out, right? And here's the other thing with prompts is if you have done something and it was working, let's say that I full physically prompted and you were able to do it, and you then the next time I would see, can you do it on your own, right? I don't continue to just full physical prompt forever. I immediately start to fade. But if I see that you can't do it, then I'm going to go back to the last thing that worked. So if I say to you, touch cup, and we've established that you're having a hard time with it, and I full physical prompt, yay, you did it. And I go, touch cup, you're not making a move. The last thing that worked was a full physical prompt. But once once I do this again, now I might try a partial where I just lightly put my fingers there and I'm not doing a full physical, and I fade that to a finger, right? A verbal is that I'm, saying touch cup is a verbal prompt that later on, when your child is used to doing something, like they're used to brushing their teeth, but they're forgetting a step, and you can say, put it on the brush, right? That's a verbal prompt to do something. And we need to remember to fade those. Oh my gosh, this is the thing that I am still guilty of, that I will verbally prompt my child and he's like, Mom, and I go, what am I doing, right? Textural prompt would be holding up the text and say, brush your teeth or put the cap back on, whatever, right? That would be a prompt. Visual prompts, which we talked about at the beginning, are, having pictures that are there. We want to eventually fade things to be appropriate to skill level and age level, but you're never going to get rid of all the visual prompts because our world is visual prompts, right? Gestural, boy, as a teacher, we would point all the time and, you can tell people stop. That's a gestural prompt, right? We can use full sign language to prompt someone, but also your facial expression can prompt someone. I was queen of doing the thing to students who were behaving badly, and it would put them right, back into what they're supposed to be doing. So all of those things are ways that we can teach something, but responsibly, we want to fade them to be as little as possible. Okay. So now, number 10, modeling. And I said at the beginning, this is not about you doing a runway. But if anytime you want to teach something to someone, if you yourself do it, or you show somebody a video or a cartoon of somebody else doing it, that's what we call modeling. A lot of times this is really hard because the thing that you might be asking them to do, maybe you're not so good at. I look at all of our kids who have anxiety and struggle with that, and we don't have to look far to see that often one or both of the parents also is struggling with anxiety. This is one of the biggest responsibilities that we have as a parent, is that we model for our people, that are our children and the people in our family, what kind of behavior we want to see and see them do. You can see there's a picture here of what's probably a dad or a grandpa and a little one, and he's showing her on the guitar what he's doing, and she's looking to see what he's doing. This is really the kind of thing that we want to see with modeling. Now, here's the big asterisk. With folks on the spectrum, a lot of times you're going to sit there and you're going to think, I don't think that they notice. And I'm here to tell you that they do. You just may not see the result of it until significantly further down the line, but they do notice what you're doing. They absolutely do. So model the behavior of when somebody does something that makes you upset. And here's the other thing. You can also verbalize it and say, I'm really upset right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 3 deep breaths, and I'm going to see if I can't calm myself down a little bit. Not only will that help you in the moment, but I'm telling you, your children will learn from it. So please take advantage of modeling all that you can, because I think it's one of the greatest teaching methods that we have. We've learned over the years that people are starting to make classes where they video model social behavior, and what they see is that our kids on the spectrum learn so much from that. So be the first modeler at home. Model for them what the kinds of things that you want them to learn and the kinds of ways that you want them to behave. So I hope this was helpful to you, but please take my advice from the beginning and go learn more about all of these things. And you can do that in many different ways, but the easiest way that I know of is doing the RBT training. It's a 40-hour training. You can do it at your own pace. And as I said, I did the one at iBehavioral Training, so I super love it, but it isn't free. And there is the Autism Partnership Foundation, and I haven't actually been through that one, but I know many people who have and loved it, and it's free. You just can't beat free. And with both of them, you set your own pace and take however long that you want to do it. If you are actually going for the RBT, I think you have to complete it within 90 days. But if you aren't, if you're just doing it for your own edification, which I highly, highly, highly recommend, then go and do that. And Traven just put autismpartnershipfoundation.org on the screen. And I will tell you the other one is ibehavioraltraining. I think it's .org. It might be .com. ibehavioraltraining.com, I think. That you can go to as well. This has been super fun, because I know if you take these to heart, it's going to lead to all this progress for you and for your family. So I so appreciate it. Tune in tomorrow And I'm sorry I didn't get to the questions because we were so focused on this, but I'll try to answer them in the chat. But tomorrow we are back with Let's Talk Movies with Moira and Shannon, and we're going to take on some movies. It's going to be fun. I have an opinion or three about some of them. And we're also going to talk about jury duty. If you haven't seen jury duty, make sure you tune in. Okay, until then, give your kiddos a hug from me and one for you too. Bye-bye for now. If you found anything helpful in this video, please give us a like. In fact, make sure that you smash that subscribe button on YouTube and give us a like on Facebook. You can also follow us on Twitter and on Instagram for important updates. And please download our free podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Thank you so much. See you next time.